current shelter-in-place order covering the state of California and social distancing guidelines issued by federal, state, and local authorities, the city is implementing changes to participate in council meetings. The council chambers will be open to the public, but we will be implementing social distancing policies and will limit the number of people who may be in council chambers. The meeting will be webcast and accessed at the link noted on the screen. Members of the public are encouraged to participate in the meetings by accessing the webcast at the link on the screen, providing written comment at the same website, participating by phone, or coming to the city council meeting in person where we are practicing social distancing and can only accommodate a maximum of 16 people at one time. I will call the meeting to order, and we have a special guest to do our flag salute. If you'll come up and introduce yourself and lead us in a flag salute, please.
Hello, my name is Jacob Miller. I'm with BSA Troop 354 of the Sequoia Council.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Jacob. Jacob, if you could give the city clerk your information, I have something to mail to you. I just forgot to bring it tonight. Thank you so much. We will call roll. Mr. Clerk, if you'll call roll, please.
Councilmember Ashbeck. Here. Councilmember Flores. Here. Councilmember Wanatua. Here. Councilmember Whalen. Here. Mayor Bessinger.
Here. And we come to the presentation and proclamations portion of the meeting. We have a presentation of a proclamation recognizing the Fresno Irrigation District's 100th anniversary. And Councilmember Flores will do the presentation.
I'll be honored. City of Clovis proclamation recognizing Fresno Irrigation District's 100th anniversary centennial commemoration. Whereas the Fresno Irrigation District is celebrating its 100th anniversary as its century of commitment, conveyance, and customer service throughout 2020 after its founding in 1920 by far-sighted area landowners and other citizens. And whereas the Fresno Irrigation District encompasses some 250,000 square acres and supplies the Fresno and Clovis metropolitan region with most of its agricultural and municipal water. And whereas the Fresno Irrigation District was founded as part of the early efforts that decades later led to the 1954 completion of the Pine Flat Dam on the Kings River, and over the last 100 years has worked tirelessly to help establish Kings River water rights, entitlements, and policies. And whereas the Fresno Irrigation District is the premier irrigation district and has been a central California leader in developing, organizing, managing, operating, and conveying water supplies, now therefore be it resolved that the City of Clovis, on behalf of its citizens of Clovis, does recognize and celebrate the 100th anniversary and centennial commemoration of the Fresno Irrigation District. And this proclamation is signed today by our mayor, Drew Bettinger. And this is Ryan Jacobson, their president.
Yes, good evening, council and mayor. Yeah, excited to be here tonight. My first City of Clovis council meeting. So excited. Most of you know me from my day job with Fresno County Farm Bureau. Bob knows me because we share the common interest of both being former student body presidents at Fresno State. But tonight I come with my other hat that I'm so proud to be associated with. I am on the board of directors with the Fresno Irrigation District. I've been with them now 12 years, current serve as president, and it's been an incredible honor to be a part of this incredible organization. I say that because a lot of folks just don't know what we do. Beyond taking water from the Sierras down to the sinks and taps down here in the city of Clovis, we obviously serve a lot of irrigated agriculture around the area here. And it's really the part where I have my passion for, but on the flip side, I know the importance of what we have as far as the relationships with the cities of Fresno, Clovis, and the small other areas that we help serve water to as well. We're here tonight to celebrate 100 years, but this district started well before that 100 years. We've actually been around for about 150, 140 years when some of the first systems started to be developed in this area, and since then has grown to be, just an incredible asset that we do have here in our backyard. We have a magnificent video we're going to share with you right now that kind of gives a brief background. We do have a more extended version on our website that you're able to check out. And then following that, we're going to have our Fresno Irrigation District General Manager, Bill Stretch, say a few words as well.
Well, it's been 100 years since the Fresno Irrigation District was established in 1920, but it's not as well known that actually it's been 150 years since the irrigation history in the Fresno area began. That was in 1870, and right out here where the Fresno Canal headgate is now is where construction began in 1870 on the Fresno Canal, which was the first canal to bring water into the Fresno area and was responsible for so much of the development in what is now Fresno, as well as Clovis.
The predecessor to the Fresno Irrigation District went down and bought a lot of land downstream on the Kings River that had historically had some riparian rights, and they transferred all those water rights up to the Fresno Canal and Irrigation Company, and they were the predecessors to FID. In 1920, the legislature in California enacted legislation that allowed for the creation of irrigation districts. We're 100 years old today because in 1920, when the irrigation district law was passed, Fresno Irrigation District was formed, and they then bought from the Fresno Canal and Irrigation Company all of the water rights that old company had acquired over time.
My grandparents started farming in Kerman over 100 years ago, so we're privileged that we've been with FID since its existence in the Kerman area and 50+ years here. You have to be somewhat strange to say that you enjoy paying taxes, but if I had one tax that I enjoy paying, it's FID. I believe the communities, I believe the farmers, everybody gets a real benefit from FID.
When I think back to the early days of the district, we really need to pay respect and think back to what they meant to this area and to this region. And I think back to just the tremendous amount of foresight, the knowledge they had, the business savvy to go after those water rights and put together a business plan to purchase the over 800 miles of canal infrastructure and the water rights that came with that.
FID's leadership has always had at their origin the protection and management of our surface water and groundwater resources, and that includes things like recharge, monitoring the water level, making sure that we have our finger on the pulse in terms of what's happening with the aquifer, and then planning projects accordingly. Cities of Fresno and Clovis are within the FID boundary, and we have a unique partnership with our city municipality agencies. So it's extremely important that that resource is reliable and that we have properly maintained infrastructure so that we can properly deliver that water without interruption to all of Fresnans and all FID customers.
We've had employees here, some that have been here 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. They know the district like the back of their hand. And we're losing them because they're retiring out. So our job now is to train the next generation of employees, and we're investing in that. The responsibility is making sure that we're continuing to provide, to protect the water, to convey the water, to maintain the systems that send the water out to the community.
For 100 years, FID has been fulfilling its mission, which is essentially to protect and manage the surface and groundwater supplies for the present and future needs within the district. There's a reason why our groundwater supply and the aquifer is so plentiful below us. We divert over 500,000 acre-feet on average, so that's roughly the size of Millerton Lake, into the Fresno Irrigation District every year. And if not for our forefathers what they put together over 100 years ago, this area wouldn't be what it is today. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and Luke Serpa, City Manager, and staff. Thank you so much for inviting us here today, and it was our pleasure to show you that video. Very proud of the way that turned out. I'd first like to start by just thanking the City of Clovis for being a tremendous partner to the Fresno Irrigation District over the years. Actually, it goes back over 100 years. I just did some research this morning. You guys incorporated in 1912, so actually you were incorporated as a city 8 years before we formed as a district in 1920. In my 24 years at the Fresno Irrigation District, I've worked with a lot of your staff members and council members, and the one thing that's always stood out to me was just the high level of professionalism and integrity that your employees have, and that speaks a lot to you as an agency. Kudos to you. It must be that Clovis way of life. There's a slightly longer version of this video, which your city manager, Luke Serpa, was in, and I encourage you to watch it later. And in that video, or in his clip, he points out there's a lot of interactions between FID and the city that go largely unnoticed by the general public. You know, really exciting things like water conveyance, surface water to the surface water treatment facilities, recharge basins, groundwater management, stormwater routing, you know, those things. So while those might not be super exciting to a lot of the people in the general public, those are absolutely critical to both of our constituencies. I did want to specifically mention a few of your senior staff members tonight. Luke Serpa. I'm sorry to hear that Scott Redels isn't here tonight, but Paul Amaderas and Renee Mathis. Hi, Renee. And Mike Harrison. I saw Mike earlier. Those are staff members that FID work with almost on a weekly basis, and we forged tremendous relationships with them over the years and look forward to in the near future. And I'd also like to present those key staff members that I just identified, plus all the council members tonight. I have a bag that says Fresno Irrigation District in it, and in it there's a certificate of recognition and also a plaque to our stakeholders. We have a 2019 annual report, the first one we've done in many, many years. And there's also a clip or a USB copy of the full-length video, which has your city manager on there. So in closing, I have one other thing to present to you tonight. It's this water drop here, and it's far heavier than it looks. And it's just in honor of our centennial celebration and just how key our partnership has been over the past 100 years. And for that, we thank you.
Would any member of the council wish to thank our friends from the FID?
I would.
Robert.
I love that history. There's something that just draws us, who maybe, well, I think probably all of us, but particularly those who maybe have a background in agriculture, as to how it is that the Central Valley became the breadbasket, really, of the world. And what you shared with us and the little bit that I've come to know about FID's history helps explain some of that. And that, you know, as we move forward, the way that the urban and agricultural interests have been able to work together has been a really important piece of protecting our breadbasket. And so the partnership that we have is really great, and it's not just one that we share as a result of our history together, but I think it's one that we will continue to share in the future as we really continue to protect the water resources that we have that you guys convey to others. So anyway, thank you for being here to remind us of our relationship in the past and also going forward.
Thanks, Bob. Jose?
And the future is very important, groundwater, sustainability, and I work with them almost every month regarding that issue, and it's very important. If it weren't for FID, this part of the Kings River Basin would be in a lot of trouble, and because of who they are and their prior planning, I think our future is fairly secure with what they do, and that partnership is great. So thank you for what you do, and in our future, because of you, it looks great. Thank you.
Lynn?
Ditto, and I think that, I thought maybe where Bob was going, I think the one thing we share with FID is that connection to how we got here, and I think when people in communities can't remember what was at the corner of Pulaski and whatever, but I think the same goes with water. So I think telling the story of how it happened, water doesn't just come out of your tap magically, so I think telling that story about where it comes from is really important. So I did think the man driving his car across the bridge was very brave. That took a huge leap of faith, like, okay, we're gonna do this. But anyway, thank you for all that you do day and night, both of you, and for sharing the story. Yeah, it's great. And I probably won't watch the longer video. Sorry, Luke. I'm just saying, maybe if I can't find anything on Netflix, I'll give it a shot.
I'm waiting for the book to come out.
That's right. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Lynn. Bon?
Yeah, water is so complex. Being in this position, listening to all that is presented before us, and I think we are fortunate to have such intelligent and knowledgeable people within the district, but also within our staff, with Luke and our staff, being able to sort of push and drive this initiative for us. You know, many times we give these out, but this is a first for me in 4 years, so thank you very much for giving us the certificates. But really, it belongs to the staff. They're the ones who have done the hard lifting. And I want to echo Jose with regards to Sigma and the plan and how our area really came about because of your leadership and the partnerships within that area. So thank you very much. Congratulations. And I think this is our first meeting, Mr. Stretch. And so welcome aboard. So congratulations.
To join my colleagues in our admiration for the work that FID does. You're such a valued community and regional partner for us. Literally and figuratively, the landscape of Clovis would be completely different if it wasn't for the foresight of the people who got involved at FID 100 years ago and 50 years before that. So this is it's an important partnership, and we're looking forward to continuing great work. Thank you so much. We're coming to the public comments portion of the meeting. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the City Council on any matter within the City Council's jurisdiction that is not listed on the agenda. In order for everyone to be heard, please limit your comments to 5 minutes or less, or 10 minutes per topic. Anyone wishing to be placed on the agenda for a specific topic should contact the City Manager's office and submit correspondence at least 10 days before the desired date of appearance. Is there anyone inside the chambers who would like to address the council? Yes, sir.
How can you top that platform? My first name is Marcus, and I'm a concerned citizen and a concerned neighborhood watch program advisor, a resident of the area where I live in. I know Jose knows me. I'm coming up here because I have a couple of issues as the neighborhood gets older and we get older. I'd have to compliment the council or maybe the city, because we do have an indoor firing range that forcefully got put into compliance. There was it's not completely in compliance with a noise factor. I know the city council awarded them a 68 percent decibel level, noise level. It's exceedingly that. It's over 100. But that's not the reason I'm here for. The reason I'm here for is on the bulk garbage pickups that are scheduled every 3 or 4 months, whatever it is, people are violating that, including the area where we're at. There were people, residents, including a neighbor of mine, put out the garbage 2 or 3 weeks in advance. It starts permeating the area. Other people from out of the city come in and they scrounge through that garbage. They make a mess. They scatter everything out, and then you got these residents after the garbage is picked up. They bring in garbage from out sources, out of the city. And in paragraph 3.1.1.1, subparagraph 469 of the sanitation compliance, it stipulates there that any person willfully doing what I've just discussed is in violation of the code. Now, your code enforcement officials have their hands tied up. They got so many codes to follow and so many things that they have to account for, and it's impossible for them. We need to get a head and control this bulk population and bulk people coming in and dumping all kinds of garbage from outside the city. They have no business there. And this is one of the complaints. I can stay here all night and give you all other issues, but I only have 5 minutes, and I think I've already exercised that. My internal clock is ticking. So again, my first name is Marcus, and I'm addressing the council for the city of Clovis. Any feedback?
Marcus, thank you for your concerns. The city has a smartphone application that maybe someone can help, maybe a family member can help you with, where you can take a photograph of the violation you're talking about. And what it does is it geolocates it, and it'll tell us exactly where it is. And there's a pull-down menu where you say, this is the problem, this is the violation, and it goes directly to the city department that deals with that. So it kind of cuts out a little bit of the red tape and will help us be more efficient in addressing those things. Like you said, our code enforcement people are busy, but we're not too busy to make sure that our community is safe and clean and doesn't have rats and things like that. So if you have family members or people who could help you with that, we'd be happy to walk them through it.
Council member, thank you for that feedback, but I've done that. I have a special computer that's assigned to me by the Blind Center in Palo Alto, and it has special features where it is accessible to me for certain things that I need to take out, and a portable finger camera where I can just stick my finger up and take a picture of a 180-degree site. And I've done that, and I've sent that information up into the chain of command to the council, not the council, the trash people, general trash collection, and then to the bulk collection agency or people or personnel, whatever. Nothing's been done. I mean, this individual has been doing these things for over 7 years, and he's just, he balked. He laughs at the city ordinances. He laughs at it. He continues to do this, and because it's getting worse and worse through the years, and the smells are getting stronger and stronger, where it permeates the whole neighborhood. This has to be addressed now, not 2 or 3 months from now. It has to be addressed and resolved now. Now, code enforcement told me just that they can only do so much and send warnings through the mail. He doesn't need warnings. He needs citations. Because of the fact that the record is there, he has to be cited And because he's a tenant, and because the owner doesn't care, the owner of the property doesn't care anything about what happens in that neighborhood, this is why this should be at the very top of our agenda. I'm pretty sure that is happening in other parts of the city. I'm not the only infected area. But this needs to be addressed and addressed strongly and with a strong arm of the city council to protect the citizens and put these violators in compliance to the city ordinances. You just don't laugh at the law. You're not above the law. No one is. So with that, I'll leave you, and I'll be back. I'll be back.
If you could give a member of our staff, you can write your phone number down.
Jose knows it. He's here. Okay. And the council people know it. Some of the...
All right, I'm getting waved by staff. They have your number. They will be calling you, and we will work with you on this to resolve this problem.
Well,
I understand your issue.
That won't happen, but I'll call them. Thank you.
Well,
have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does any other member of the public in chambers wish to address the council on any item that is not on the agenda?
You know, before that gentleman comes up to speak, regarding Marcus's issue, if we could get on our Friday report some kind of a better understanding of the issue, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you, fellow members. My name is Neil Stallard, and first of all, I'm not here to complain to you guys. In fact, I think you guys are doing an outstanding job, especially Clovis law enforcement. The reason why I'm here is I'm the person that's going to be telling you that there's no Santa Claus. My concern is grave public safety, specifically the threat to the survival of our city with the upcoming elections. 48 out of 50 cities, medium and large cities, have suffered significant damage because of Black Lives Matter and Antifa. My concern as a citizen is that, as someone who's actually been at Berkeley and physically seen the infamous Black Bloc firsthand and stuff, I can tell you right now, it is my firm belief, my fear, that these radical leftists, many of them misguided, will overpower whatever police we have, whatever help we get from the federal government, and whatever we get from National Guard. Okay? They are planning to, they don't want to reform our country, they want to destroy our country. They're very small, violent, out of control. It breaks my heart. I'm a veteran. I love my country. And I see these misguided youth destroying everything that our country was founded on. I'm not about vengeance. I'm not about hurting them, but I am about us protecting our communities. I don't know what the police are doing. I understand that you have operational security that you can't put out to the public. I get it. I'm just looking at what's so blatantly self-evident. And I would like to ask the city council and to get together with other law enforcement, and I'd like to see partnerships form between you, the police, and us, the public. There's a lot of us who would like to step up and protect our communities. We'll work underneath with the police. We'll go a chain of command. We want to protect our communities, and we'll do whatever is necessary. I took an oath to defend and protect my country when I served in the military. When I got out of it, I still kept my oath. Okay? Most Americans, we can get along. We agree. We can find problems or a solution, to all these problems. We have many problems. I agree with Black Lives Matter that we have many problems that need to be resolved. But destroying our country, destroying our communities, burning out small businessmen, burning out neighborhoods is not the way. Okay, I support free speech. Nonviolent speech, nonviolent expression is what our country was founded on. We're blessed. We're one of the few countries on the whole planet, if not the only, where we have a means to peacefully resolve our differences. But when we have violent groups, violent small minority that wants to destroy everything, we have to come together, most of us, and do whatever is necessary to protect our community. I don't want to be like the Mikowskis standing in front of my neighborhood, defending my home from mobs with Molotov cocktails ready to throw it into my house. I don't want to see them do it to my neighbors. So I just ask, if we come together, If they see that we're coming together as strong, and we need more than just a community watch, that's a start. But we come up, we pull together, we have many people with gifts, skills, talents. We show people what they can, can't do. If we come together, just by doing that, that will keep our community and hopefully others in the Central Valley will follow, and we can keep the Central Valley safe and make this a better place for everybody and a great future for all of us. That's all I want to see.
Thanks, sir. We share your concerns. We had some people protest in town probably 2-3 months ago, and I'm proud to say that they stopped for the lights, they crossed when it was appropriate, they loudly shouted their message, which is their constitutional right, but they behaved themselves, and they did it right. And I'm hoping that we as neighbors can make sure that even though we agree, we might disagree on something, that we can continue to at least respect each other. And as a fellow veteran, I also understand that our oath does not expire. So thank you so much, sir.
I'm just going to close. I support the right of people to say things that I even disagree with. I'll defend to the death their right to say it. But when I have friends in the Bay Area, I have friends out in Los Angeles, and I've gone through their communities, I see businesses burnt out, especially just when we're getting out of the lockdown. And just, it's wrong. And I know that my understanding from what I've heard from about all of you on here on the council, you're good people, and I'll probably touch base through this week, and I don't want to jeopardize operational security, but I'm kind of a person, I just can't watch everything, just stand back and be standing around doing this. Somebody do something, just watch everything go to crap.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Have a great evening. Does anybody else in council chambers wish to address the council on anything that's not on the agenda? Seeing none, I will close comments in the council chambers. Do we have anybody online?
None.
We have no one online. Mr. Clerk, did we get any emails?
No.
Okay, I will close public comments. In regards to ordinances and resolutions, with respect to the approval of resolutions and ordinances, the reading of the title shall be deemed a motion to waive a reading of the complete resolution or ordinance. And unless there is a request by a council member that the resolution or ordinance be read in full, further reading of the resolution or ordinance shall be deemed waived by the unanimous consent of the council. Could we close that door possibly? Thank you. Is any member of the, now we get to the consent calendar. These are items of routine in nature placed upon the consent calendar. They will all be considered and voted upon in one vote as one item unless a council member requests individual consideration. A council member's vote in favor of the consent calendar is considered and recorded as a separate affirmative vote in favor of each action listed. Motions in favor of adoption of the consent calendar are deemed to include a motion to waive the reading of any ordinance or resolution on the consent calendar. For the adoption of ordinances, only those that have received a unanimous vote upon introduction are considered consent calendar items. Does any member of the council wish to have an item on the consent calendar poll? Lynn?
I do have a question on this, agenda item 3 on the request from Boot. I saw Sean outside somewhere, and then Sean just appears magically. Other than that, I'm good. And that's all. Thank you.
We can probably just, is it a simple question? We'll just address it now.
Yeah.
Sean?
Just, can you just comment on the request to extend any business owner feedback?
Well, we said,
They'll still have Saturday mornings. Can you just comment briefly on that?
yeah, the Saturday morning, the year-round farmers market will continue to take place.
Okay.
The Friday night market is going to morph slightly as the types of commodities that are available change, and I think that you're going to see a lot more outdoor dining as part of this weekly event, and probably jams and jellies and other kinds of prepared foods that are sold by the specialty producers.
But obviously, if it's 35 and foggy, no one's going to be doing outdoor dining, so they are going to accommodate for sort of the change in weather and it gets dark at 4 o'clock and all the rest.
Of course.
But they feel like it has a future, obviously.
Yeah, of course. I believe that the reason for it's a big window that they've requested all the way through, and well, until the next year's farmers market season actually starts. And that gives them a little bit of flexibility so that they probably will not be open on Fridays during the month of December, but you probably will see some, kind of some holiday events, like the carriage rides and stuff like that going on.
All right, it was such a long window, different than I'd ever seen before.
Yes, absolutely.
Have your comment. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions for Sean? Seeing none. Mr. City Attorney, since we discussed this, do we have to open up the public comment?
Well, I think you can ask the public if they want to pull an item still, or you can ask for comment on that.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Are there any other items on the consent calendar that any member of the council would like to pull? Seeing none, does any member of the public wish to have an item on the consent calendar pulled? I see none in chamber. Do we have anybody online?
None.
And Mr. Clerk, we got nothing via email?
None.
Okay. I will entertain a motion.
I'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Now we're to the public hearings portion of the meeting. A public hearing is an open consideration within a regular or special meeting of the City Council for which special notice has been given and may be required. When a public hearing is continued, noticing of the adjourned item is required as per Government Code 54955.1. Item 11 is consider approval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Clovis confirming assessment for administrative fines for property-related nuisances, 2153 Windsor Avenue, Clovis, APN 550-22-18. John Holt is our presenter. John.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation this evening is for the City Council to approve a resolution confirming a $19,830 assessment on 2153 Windsor Avenue and authorizing the placement of a lien on the property. As far as staff goes, you've got me presenting, I've got City Attorney if you have any legal questions, and then I also have Corporal Josh Kirk, and I notice Chris Byrne is here also. Chris is in charge of the code enforcement for the police department, and Josh is the beat corporal. What I wanted to do to frame reference here was to have Josh come up and present to City Council some history on that property for the past 5 years. So Josh.
Thank you. Council, thank you for having me. I'm here to talk to you about 2153 Windsor Avenue. This is a house that's located out by Armstrong and Bullard Avenue in Clovis. Some of you are nodding your heads. You may have already heard of this. This problem house has been an issue for me and for the neighbors for about 6 years. This is a drug house. This is a house that we have specifically targeted for, among the drug problems, issues with the neighborhood preservation ordinance, multiple municipal code violations at this property. Starting back in January of 2014, we received a complaint from a neighbor who has since then moved away because he didn't want to be near this mess. I took over a few months later when we discovered that the person who was committing the violations, who was the person that lives there named Darren McDaniel, he's a drug addict and convicted felon, and it's not someone that I can have my community service officers dealing with on a regular basis. It's too dangerous for them. So I took over as the beat corporal / beat officer / sometimes patrol supervisor and conducting municipal code enforcement out there. During my time, when I was conducting it solely, I issued several verbal warnings to the people that live there, 1 courtesy notice, 8 abatement letters, 27 administrative citations. I reposted the multiple response ordinance violation, which is a new process that we came up specifically for places like this. I had to repost it 5 times because they would not stop violating the drug offenses. We issued a search warrant there. We've arrested the persons that live there. There's been at least 12 different incidents out of 161 calls for service at this one particular house. I've arrested Darren McDaniels along with my other officers 13 times during this process, and he just keeps getting back out and reoffending at this property. His arrests are a combination of warrant offenses, drug possession, drug paraphernalia possession, probation violations, firearm possessions, ammunition possession by a felon, traffic violations, stolen property possession, and resisting arrest. Those are just the violations that Darren has committed, the person that lives there. We've scared off many others who've had many similar violations at this particular property. It's been ongoing for almost 6 years now, a little over 6, and I'm running out of options because I arrest the problem, it comes back, but then I issue citations, I follow the process that's listed in our municipal code. I even use the multiple response ordinance violation code, and he has yet to pay one single fine. So I'm asking for the council to approve this lien on this property so that we can get some resolution to this problem.
Thank you, Corp Clerk. Any questions for the officer? Lynn?
Well, it might not be the officer. So thank you for what you've done. And I came in contact with that neighborhood through Mr. Whippler some years ago around a drone, as I recall, initially. So I think you've had other concerns, not that what your list wasn't enough. My question maybe is a staff question. The amount of the lien seems really not enough for the expense that the city has incurred. So is our ordinance, does it allow to recover any officer time, any staff time? Is it just the amount of their citations? How did the amount of the ordinance or the lien come to be? And if you, sorry, Mayor, if this is out of order, if you want Corporal to finish, and then we could ask later. Sorry. Sorry. So maybe
I can answer that. So this particular lien is just for the administrative citations, the amount of the fines. There is a process to collect for time, but I don't think that's been utilized or not yet. So, and maybe there's some more information because I was not actively involved in the actual enforcement part. But I can maybe.
So I don't have a tabulation for you of the amount of hours. It would take me over a month, I would imagine, to try to figure out exactly how many people have spent time working on this. I can tell you that I've had a handful of CSOs, 5 or 6, that have tried to work on this, 3 corporals. I've had a SWAT team, a special enforcement team. I've had the traffic enforcement team. I've had the neighborhood and preservation corporals trying to work on this problem as well. So there's a lot of hands on this. I'm the one that's primarily responsible for it because it's in my beat. Like I said, I issued 27 citations, but there's been 43. And that doesn't include, those citations are not just for a messy front yard. This house has become a junkyard. As of right now today, there's a transmission in the driveway and a tire. They've decorated for Halloween, but you can't tell. And I don't mean to be sarcastic by saying that. There's junk, tarps, trash regularly in front of this house. Stolen vehicles, stolen license plates, boats, trailers, people parking on the sidewalk, people parking on the wrong side of the road, people coming and going at all times of the day or night. We had, as you mentioned, drones flying around the neighborhood that were being operated by Darren to harass his neighbors is what they think. I can't prove that, but I know it is an annoyance to them. I've had to field those calls. Motorcycle racing up and down the street. This man is running a garage out of his house, and so when he works on the vehicles, he makes a lot of noise, leaves a lot of mess behind, and then to test out his work, he races up and down the street. By the time we get the call for service, we show up, they close the garage door, and they don't answer the front door.
So why don't you finish? I mean, I do think from a city attorney perspective, it doesn't seem like enough. It does seem like there needs to be some way to recover the time. I mean, even if you did each citation's worth 3.5 hours. I don't even know what the number is, but, and you multiply, and I don't think $20,000 is enough. He's not gonna go anywhere. So what? It's just gonna be $40,000 after another year or, so I'm just a little, I think our threshold has been way too low on this. 6 years is just over the top. So I don't know if you want to have him finish his comments, but I'm curious about the time recovery to the city.
Yeah, a couple things. So
am I.
There is a process to do that, but it wasn't utilized here. So it's a separate process that you could utilize, and it's a little bit more complicated. But my understanding is this property is in probate, and so hopefully, and these are tenants, and so it may resolve itself permanently, hopefully. So that's at least the last word that I heard.
I think I'm sorry it's in probate, but I'm glad it's in probate. But I still think, just this person thinks that the lien should cover the time. And I don't want you to spend 30 more days trying to calculate the number. I get that, but there's got to be some way to recover. That's the bulk of the burden on this, aside from the neighbors, but from the city's perspective, it's that. So I'll reserve for other comments or weighing in, but $20,000, he doesn't care. not gonna get you anything. Anyway, sorry. It is frustrating though. Our threshold seems like patience should have run out about, it did actually run out, I know, about 4 or 5 years ago. The neighbors ran out too. Thanks.
Jose?
And so the drug activity going on is major drugs, or why is he still out? Why is he, if we've served search warrants and charged him with drug possession, paraphernalia, all this, is it minimal or is it major?
It's been simple drug possession on his part, drug paraphernalia, and violations of probation by using and abusing drugs while on probation with a condition not to use those things. The people that come and go also have, many of them have drug problems or are caught with paraphernalia and drugs, but as you know, Prop 47, that is a misdemeanor violation. In Clovis, they will be booked, they will be brought to the Clovis Police Department, and then they'll be cited and released, and they'll walk right back to the house, and it continues.
So we're not talking about cells of kilos of cocaine and pounds of meth?
No, just personal possession.
Personal use, stuff like that? All right. Vaughn?
First of all, I want to separate the people from the process. I want to talk more about the process. I looked over the citations, and I see that some of them we cited both Janice and Darren for the same event. So is that typical where you cite both people, or is that, you know, for the drug offense, for the cars? And so there's 1,000 and then another 1,000 for both of them for the exact same thing. And so is that common? Is that how we do it? And then some of them we don't. Some of them we just, you know, on 1213 for the Dodge Ram, which was been in there 3 other times, now we only cited Janice only, but we cited her twice for the 1,000. So I'm trying to understand how the citation process works, when we decide to cite both versus just the person or the vehicle owners. How does that work?
Typically, Janice McDaniel was the owner of the house. She refused to take charge of Darren's activities. He is her adult son. He moved in with her back in, I want to say 2013, 2014, and that's when the problems began. We didn't cite her a lot of the times because it was strictly Darren that was causing the problem, but as it became more and more apparent to her and she was aware, and to the point where she was allowing the activity to continue, we began to cite her as well. So, and Darren is technically her tenant, and she is the property owner. So in a situation like this, for instance, if it was a rental property and he wasn't living with his mom, we would contact the owner, reach out to them, and try to get compliance from them without issuing citations. We talk to them, we issue them letters so they understand what they're dealing with, we work with them, and if we can't get compliance from them, then we can go with the multiple response ordinance route or issuing citations through the administrative process.
Okay. So I guess my question to you, David, this is defensible as long as I want that to be clear, and so that way it's clear when, I don't know, if they challenge it or if the public, you know, like if you come and find me, does my wife get fined just because of the same nuisance, the same code?
So all responsible persons can be cited, and this is, as the corporal described it, this is exactly what happened here. You had the property owner was a responsible person, and the tenant was a responsible person. So it's legitimate to cite both of them. In regards to these citations, they never appeal. These are done. So the only thing we're asking here is to collect this by a lien on the property. So the time to appeal these is long gone. The time to contest the amount of the fines, long gone. So everything is over in this process here.
Then I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to help understand as well. So now with regards to citation, if it is a different vehicle, does that change the citation? Because I saw that first it was a Dodge, and then right away it went to the Mitsubishi, but then it got to the 1,000, and later was the Dodge again. So does that change that citation because it's a different vehicle, essentially because it was moved? Because you write down the vehicles in each of these citations?
Yes, in many of the cases, as I was saying before, he's running a junkyard out of the house. There will be an RV today. We'll tag the RV. A boat will appear. We'll tag the RV. The RV or the boat. The RV doesn't leave. Now we're issuing a citation for the RV. We're not at the citation level yet for the boat. Then eventually the boat rises to a level of citation. RV rises to the next level. It goes warning, $100 cite, $500 cite, $1,000 cite, $1,000 from then on. So this was a very difficult property to manage because of so many vehicles coming and going, coming and going. Some of them were the same vehicle, but coming back corrected, but then a few months later, now in violation. So this was a very, very complex process, and that's why you see so many citations from so many different people, so many different vehicles, so many different amounts. It's because this was constantly changing there. This wasn't just a one-time tenant who didn't want to move a car off his driveway because it was on blocks. This was a car, then a boat, then a trailer, then a stolen motorcycle, then a bunch of pieces of a motorcycle, back to a car, back to an RV, et cetera.
And maybe this is probably to the city manager or to David. We have two options. One is to go to collection and one is to do this process currently here. When do we decide to actually do either one? And, you know, it started in 14, so why waited so long? Why didn't we throw, when it was at 9,000 to collections to see what happens? See, at least someone will harass them on the money side. Because it just seems like there needs to be a trigger where we come sooner to do what we're trying to do, or I just saw the long timeline. So.
Sure, I can answer that. Traditionally, what we're going to end up doing is going to be to get to about the $20,000 number, and then that's why if you take a look at the costs incurred for the city attorney's office and any other costs, when we get to a point of $20,000 and the person is not in compliance, we're going to begin the lien process. And sending it to collections will get nothing out of. The lien process is the most effective way to place it on there. When the property is sold, it could be a year, could be 10 years, the city does get their money out of it.
And does the collection take the lien process out of our hands? Do we lose that ability?
Typically, if we go through the collection agency, they'll take, under our contract, they'll take 50%, 75% of what they collect. So yes, this is the cleanest, easiest way. We'll get full recovery, and especially if this is in probate and it could transfer soon, we'll get our cost back. We'll get the entire amount back.
And last question, John, do you think this 20,000 threshold before we do an action like this is too high? Because sort of like what Councilmember Ashbrook said, if we're waiting for 20, look at, you know, the damage that has been done to neighbors, to whatever. And so I just wanted to hear your feedback to see if that's something in which can change and or change the fines, you know, either way to get there faster or
Sure. More than willing to take a look at what the threshold is. If 10's a good number you want to go with, we can do that. We've just traditionally used 20 because it seemed to pencil out when you take a look at the staff time involved in the city attorney's office. But more than willing to implement whatever you guys want.
Okay. And I would support if this kind of action comes back again, to include all the staff all together as one, so that way we see the extent or the total cost to the city. So, thank you.
Sure. And the only other thing I was going to add to this is going to be that I noticed there's some area residents here this evening that are going to speak to the issue. I just wanted to remind council that the only action we're asking the city council is to approve a resolution confirming the assessment for the administrative fines, which will allow us to begin file a lien on the property. So that's the only action that staff is asking council for tonight.
Thank you.
Can I have a point?
Yes, absolutely, Lynn.
So, John, if there was interest in, I don't know the other process to add an additional lien on the property for staff time, how does that occur if that was anybody interested in that, pursuing that? Because I feel like just because it's in probate and about to close, great, all the better. Let's make it $120,000. I mean, I just don't know I don't know what the right number is, but the hours is. It doesn't even, I can't even think of a quantity that would be right. So how do you assess that process? What is that process?
Well, it may be difficult to go back in time because it's a formal procedure, similar to the abatement process. We have done it, for example, Wolf Manor, the house, the 100 house, we did it there, and the lien was like $70,000, and $40,000 was cost, and $30,000 was citation. So you can do it, but you have to start that process the same time you're doing the administrative sites. So it's something we have to think about ahead of time. It's much easier to do the administrative sites because you give the site on the spot. If you're going to give an abatement, then you have a follow-up. You have to calculate enforcement costs. You have time to correct. So it's a little bit different process. You can do it. It's something to think about for sure. And I'm not sure why it wasn't done.
But we can't do it with this property.
We're not going to be able to go back in time now. I mean, if there's something relatively current, we might be able to pick it up, but we're not going to be able to go back to the beginning unless we started that process. And I don't have the full history except for the admin sites. That's the only history I'm familiar with.
And then notification process is pretty significant and timely, so it would add several months to this process.
Tell me if this is not on the agenda. Would there be a way to relook at the administrative citation fee schedule to include some cost, some staff time built in the amount? I'm sort of stunned that 6 years and it's $20,000. Like that to me is totally out of order. So is there a way to assess some staff cost in the amount of a citation, in the fee structure for citations?
Generally, no, because it's a penalty, and we have to pursue some other mechanism. So the maximum fine is $1,000. That's all the general law city can do as a penalty. There's a way, if we do some kind of enforcement action, we actually took them to court or the administrative process. Again, we have to go through some other process to collect the cost. But if we're just relying on a citation, then we can only collect the fines. If we have to go through enforcement, and we go through a notice process, and it takes a few months, but we could do it, and there's a way to do it concurrently, and we just need to think about it ahead of time. But you can't just automatically tack it on.
Okay, thanks.
Josh, I have a couple of questions. The process in small claims court for every affected neighbor could give them up to $5,000 apiece per occupant for the loss of the quiet enjoyment of their property. Do you know if the neighbors have worked on that at all?
I don't believe that any have actually sought that process. Right now, with the courts being the way they are, they're having a difficult time just making it to the meeting tonight. I do have 5 people here today, and one family couldn't come. They sent a letter as well that they wanted to have distributed to the council.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? I will open this up to the public. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Chip Whipfler. I live in the neighborhood of 2153. I live on 376 Burl, which tees into Windsor. This particular house I can see from my windows, straight down, all the way down Windsor to see at least the front of the house. We've lived at our residence and raised our family for 30 years. We lived at that residence. So Mr. McDaniel's family moved in much longer after we bought the house. We were one of the original owners in this neighborhood. So I'd just like to take a few seconds to let you know from a neighbor's perspective what we've been through. As was mentioned, we've had drone flying. That was about a year and a half ago. He was flying a personal drone over our houses, over our yards, and looking in our windows. I remember going out to my garbage can, and the drone was about 20 feet over my head, and I started to grab my phone to take a picture or something, and off it went. So I know he was searching me and searching my residence and looking around my backyard. I'll give you one instance of nighttime activity. This particular individual is racing around, as Officer Kirk already mentioned. He's been racing around on his motorcycles, and so do his friends that come over from Fresno or wherever they come from. He also drives a very loud muffler truck and other vehicles. This one particular night, I'll just give you an example. We were awoken at 2:30 a.m., and I looked out my front window, and he was driving a golf cart type little utility cart. It had a metal bed on it, but it kind of looked like a golf cart. And I watched him. He came down our circle and drove right around in front of our house, made a U-turn, went back to his place, back and forth, and he did this at least half a dozen times. Who does that at 2:30 in the morning? It's incredible, the activity that this person, the disruption. I've often seen him driving our neighborhood without his lights on at all times of nighttime hours and early morning hours. And I'd like to kind of piggyback on Mr. Flores' comment. He was asking Joshua about, the personal use of drugs, but I really want the council to know that his use of personal drugs endangers every single person in our neighborhood. I know one person who told me that he almost ran them down. They had taken one step off the curb to get a ball of their child's ball in the street. They were one step into the street, and he came on his motorcycle, came right towards them and veered away right at the last second, scared the fella to death. And of course, you know, like Joshua says, we can call the police or we can call the dispatch, but by then it's too late. You know, he's gone. I'm pretty sure he probably has a scanner. He seems to know exactly when they're coming from my observation. I've been doing a lot of observing. So he's wreaked a lot of havoc in our neighborhood. I have a personal friend that moved to a different state because of him. They just wanted to get out. And they lived right across the street from 2153, and they couldn't take it anymore. They couldn't take the being woken up in all hours of the night, the motorcycles, the mechanic work, the revving the engines. There was a SWAT team there, or a big team of police there one night, and had a big operation, woke all their family up, and he got fed up and moved. I also know of other families that have moved from our really, really nice neighborhood. We used to have a very desirable neighborhood. We would have people drive in our neighborhood and talk. If we were out, they'd come talk to us, say, hey, we're kind of interested in a house in this area. What's it like? So we got to tell them. That is long since gone 6 years ago. Now we have good original owners moving out. So please, I'm kind of begging that you approve this action so that it can be done as soon as possible. We've been living with this for 6, almost 7 years now, and we're really tired of it. And I'm really afraid. All my kids are grown and gone, but I see kids, you know, once in a while playing in the street. I really fear for all of our safety because of his behavior. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Witzer. Any other member of the public in chambers wish to address the council? Yes, ma'am. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
My name is Maggie Leon. I live next door to them. Okay. I mean, he needs to be out of the house because if he continues to stay there, he's destroying the house. Basically, I mean, I could have taken pictures of it, but I don't want them to know. I have a confrontation with him before, and according to the Clovis police, he has firearm in his house. I don't want to be killed. I mean, right now, his house, where the air conditioning, there's no tile, but at the bottom of it, that should be a board against the beams. That one piece came off. You can see the beams of the roof there and insulation. I mean, I don't know. I mean, pretty soon it's going to be a condemned building. That's the way I see it. Okay, and we lived there, original owner. I've been there since 1991. We never have any mice or anything problem like that until this happened. Like a month ago, I found 2 baby mice in my pool skimmer. They have a big bag of dog food out in the backyard. Well, food. That attracts pets. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. Before, they have 6 dogs in the backyard. 1 big one and 5 small ones. Right now, there's a little one. It's one of those yappy ones. They leave them outside in the backyard, and I like to open my windows. You can't. They're barking all the time. I mean, I don't know how long I can speak. I mean, I have pages of things about this person here. I mean, my husband passed away 2018, and now I have to deal with him. I mean, if my husband, his cancer was stabilized, we were going to move. One of my son's friends, they live across the street. The person cannot handle that, and they move. All these people around the neighborhood are moving because of him. I mean, at one time in the backyard, there was like 3 trucks. One of them, it was on stilts, and I don't know. They're using it as parts or something. I don't know what it is. And he knows that you guys are citing him because of the front yard. You guys are City of Clovis does not have a code enforcement team. I understand that. So using the police to do code enforcement. Code enforcement is just like they're trashing the yard and all that stuff. But he is smart enough that I think they have another residence. He knows that you come by, so he would take all the stuff away. And his back fence, he opens that up and then drives through the strip behind us, which is Escalon, and drove through the grass and everything and parked the car in the backyard. And now he has a beat up hot tub in there. And he had water in there. I don't know if he has chlorine or not. The girlfriend's daughter was playing in there or swimming. So now what, mosquito? I mean, he had a corner in the other side of the backyard with a turtle. And I asked your community officer, can people have turtle in city of Clovis, in the city limits? To me, I don't think that is right. And that, he never cleans it. So what does that mean? Mosquito? And I have to go ahead and call mosquito abatement? If he finds out, then he's going to come after me. Last year, I already spent money to trim his trees. His tree is right against the fence. And they are over 20 feet tall. And the leaves all fall into my pool. I mean, is that right? I mean, we're just asking you to do the right thing. I mean, I am on a limited budget. My husband passed away, and I have to spend money on him? I don't think that's right. The reason why we moved to Clovis is because of the reputation of Clovis, and that's why we moved here. This is not right. You guys need to do something. I mean, there's so much stuff. I mean, the last thing I heard is the family wants him out. If the family really wants him out, all they have to do is just change the lock, put a alarm system in. He can no longer go in there. And when it's summertime, he likes to ride bikes. All his friends, the biker friends, come over. He fixed the trucks, he fixed cars, ram things all the time, making noises. I mean, the whole neighborhood is quiet except him. And now there are some new neighbors that have kids. So he's running up and down the street. Is that right? Sooner or later, he's going to hurt somebody. And another thing which is really, really important is that there is domestic violence next to him. He and his girlfriend fight all the time. I heard it. She's saying to him, stop beating me. You're stealing from me, and there's 2 separate occasions. And there's more occasions. There are times they're banging and everything. I mean, I don't know what else you need. I mean, you guys can stand. I mean, before when we were having problems, I even talked to the police. I go, you guys going to come over my yard and take pictures of him? Be my guest.
I have a question for you. Can you remind me of your name, though?
My name is Maggie Leong. The last name is Leong.
Okay. So my question for you is how it came to this, because it's unfortunately, it's not uncommon for children, when they become adults, to take advantage of their parents and intimidate and threaten and really abuse them, so that they are afraid to even do anything.
This is not the case.
So that's what I wanted to know, is that when they first moved in there, were they good neighbors? Were they quiet neighbors? And then as the adult son came to age, he started to be more abusive?
The lady has problems. When she dumps the garbage, I can hear all bottles.
I see. So as soon as they moved in, you recognized that there were problems?
I don't speak to them. They don't speak to me.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know. I mean, do you guys understand this case at all?
Yes, we do.
Okay. The lady passed away. This is going on a year and a half that she has passed away. And he is still there. I hope you guys understand this. I mean, I have pages, everything. I mean, when they have cats and dogs, they come over and do their thing on my yard. That is destroying property.
Thank you,
I
Maggie.
hope you guys understand.
We do. Thank you very much. Any other member of the public in chambers wish to address council on this item? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll make this real quick. If you could, my name's Bill Scott. I live at 341 Evergreen. Where Chip Whiffler lives on Bergen, I'm just the mirror image down the other end of Gibson. So there's two houses between mine and his. Now, like Chip said, for years this has just been a wonderful neighborhood, and we haven't had any problems at all. And then he moved in. You asked what it was like right off the bat. The thing I thought that was really weird is for like the first month or so that he was there, they had an El Camino with a boat on a trailer attached to it. If he went to the store, him and the boat went. If he went to work, him and the boat went. It was parked right in front of, that was just off. But as Chip mentioned, there was a friend of also mine that lived across the street from him. When they moved, when they finally decided to get out of the area and just move, it took them several months to sell the house, and the realtors were telling them that people didn't want to buy it because of what was across the street, and they ended up selling it for much, much lower than what they were originally asking for, but they took it just to get out. So it is kind of an economic problem. You guys had mentioned the idea of whether we could do anything in small claims. That never even occurred to me, that something like that could happen. Now, I personally haven't had a whole lot of problem with him. I'm retired now, but I was a truck driver. And the one thing I noticed is that I get up all hours of the night to take off and go to work, depending on where it was I had to deliver or whatever I had to deliver. It could be 11:30, 2:30, 3:30, and he'd be out riding around on the motorcycles. So yeah, this went on all hours of the night. So that's my 2 cents, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Any other member of the public in chambers wish to address council on this item? Sir. If you'll state your name, please.
My name is Brandon Leong. That's my mother there. I live with her. We're both next door neighbors to this house. So I just wanted to say that I've lived in this house basically almost my whole life. We moved, I think I was 4 years old when we moved into the house. The entire time I've lived in this house, we've seen lights from, I think, a fire truck twice. And one of the times was because of the fire truck, there's a fireman that lives on the street. Since he's moved in, there have been lights. I've seen lights through our windows of police cars, numerous times. I can't even count them. And I just think that it somewhat scares me, including what she said about the domestic violence. I work. My mom, she generally stays home. It worries me that she has to stay home and that potentially something can happen there. I'm generally, in the back of my mind, I think about it all the time, and it scares me that something could happen. If anything is called on him or the police come or something, who do you think that they're going to suspect is the one that called? The next door neighbor, right? And my mom is alone by herself. So that's all I wanted to say. The neighborhood kind of just turned a 180 from how it was before, and I don't know. I worry for our safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Anyone else in chambers want to address council on this item? Seeing none, do we have anybody on the web?
There are none.
Mr. Clerk, we're in possession of one letter.
Correct,
from the
that's it.
Mancias family. Did they want this read into the record or just read by us?
Presented to you.
Okay. I will close public comments and come back to council for discussion and action.
I had a quick question related to Google, and I'm sorry for interrupting you, Lynn, but when I went to Google Maps to look at this, it was blurry. I had not heard of that before. Is that something that residents can actually communicate to Google to blur out their home?
I have no idea, but I did the same thing. I went to a Street View and took a look at it, and what you get with Google Street View is this. And I have no idea why.
And it looks like a neighbor across the street maybe even had the same thing, I'm not sure.
That is a feature that Google offers to people. You have to actually apply for it to have it done. I have it done to my house.
Okay.
But if you don't want the Google van to go by and film your house, you can submit that to them and they will blur your house out. So it's something you have to reach out to them to do. It's not uncommon.
Just odd.
It is a little odd.
For somebody like, I mean, I understand why you would do it. It's odd that,
It's a little
I mean, it
paranoid.
seems very intentional, obviously.
Paranoia.
Jose? Lynn, you had your light on?
Well, I mean, I am fully prepared to make this motion at some point when we're ready. I do want to know, though, if we've explored this is the most it can be right now, 20, whatever the number is, $19,830.
I mean, we'll go back and look at it and see what the notices were like, but I think you could put this lien on now, we could come back with another lien later, but I just want to make sure the problem is, listening to what I've heard, I want to see if there's still a problem, I think we need to go and look at it, and then we could start the dual process.
But for now, this is the action in front of us, so that, I mean, so I guess my comment is fine, and, it is unconscionable that this neighborhood has been tormented like this for so long, notwithstanding, you guys can't go there every day. So, I mean, I think everyone has done everything they can, but somehow this person continues just to flaunt all of that. I don't think $20,000 is enough, but I mean, certainly to your point, if this is the action in front of us, I do think our threshold should be a bit lower in the future, so it doesn't get to this point. It would have been, if it was $10,000, whatever the right number is, would have been 3 years ago, or I don't even know how that would work out. But I do think the threshold probably should be a skosh lower, or our fines a little bit higher, so that this doesn't go on for so long before it finally kind of tips that $20,000 mark. So, I mean, that would be my comment, but I'll, when you're ready, I will make the motion to approve this resolution, with the comments that I've just expressed.
Are you, excuse me, are you going to second or speak to something?
I had one more question before, and I'm all in support. Before I have my question, I do want to commend our officers, because, you know, the city of Clovis responds to pretty much everything. And for the work that you have done to be responding this much, thank you so much for that. And you know how thorough you are with the work that you've done. So to you and everybody else who's been on the case, so thank you. John, when and how does it trigger a health and safety and also structural? When does that come in, and how does that get initiated, so that way concerns of neighbors with regards to potential health issues, is it us, is it the Department of Health, how does all that get?
It gets back to kind of the structure of the code enforcement team. Going back to 2008, we had a pretty significant one, which was disbanded during the recession. 2012, we began to regroup. The police department does have the lead on it. It is made up of every department in the city. So in the example that you used, it could be the building department, or it could be Fresno County, depending on the nature of the complaint.
Okay. And when that complaint comes, then we can actually go in to inspect the structural integrity of a home, or is that harder to get to?
Going inside, if we don't get consent, we have to get an abatement warrant, but it's not that difficult to do, and we've got forms, we've done it in the past. If we get a complaint, if something inside, we need to get a warrant. If we need to go in the backyard, we need to get a warrant unless you can see it from a public place. But we've done all that, we can do all that. It's just a matter of, these get difficult. It's a matter of really just coordinating and moving forward. I think, you know, the city tries to work with everybody, but when you get to a problem case like this, then we just maybe need to be a little more aggressive. It sounds like PD's been out there a lot. I know we've had citations where, in the past, where every day was a citation, which is $1,000. This one, maybe there wasn't a violation every day. I'm not really sure. You can go out every day, $1,000, and then they're going to rack up really quick, and pretty much you'll have $90,000. So it just depends. It's just a matter of really focusing, seeing, is this going to be a long-term problem, and then maybe we need to get kind of a concurrent process going up front. You don't really know if it's going to be a long-term problem at first, so it just varies.
And then, David, correct me if I'm wrong, but we could begin this process again tomorrow.
And that's why I have a note to follow, because I didn't realize this was still a current problem. So we need to go out, if it still is, then we need to work with PD and everybody and figure this out.
I teach community policing at the police academy. And this is a perfect example of what's called the broken windows theory. When you have one house that's a problem, it begets other houses. I went through this neighborhood on Saturday, and I saw that, and I hope nobody's here, but there were a couple of houses that weren't really up to the standards of the other houses, and that goes hand in hand. So when you have a situation like this, you have to take action as quickly as possible. But Lynn, I think we have your motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thanks, Josh.
Okay, we're going to item 12, consider resolution SPR 2018-005A2, a request to consider an appeal of the site plan review denial for additional access point on Willow Avenue for a previously approved commercial center located at the northeast corner of Willow and Alluvial Avenues, El Centro Corner Petroleum LLC, owner applicant, and Lily Cha is our presenter. Lily.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Before I do get started, I'd like to note that council members received a memorandum on Friday through email with a supplemental staff report responding to the applicant's modified sweeping right-in driveway request, and which was received after publication of the initial staff report. Also, today, council was provided or is provided on your dais a second memorandum, including letters of opposition received on September 17th, a comment letter received from the City of Fresno on the 18th, and letters of support received this day. Council also received an updated denial resolution and an alternative approval resolution. So again, this request is to appeal the denial of site plan review 2018-005A2. The SPR requested a second driveway access point onto Willow Avenue from the commercial center that is actually under construction right now at the northeast corner of Willow and Alluvial Avenues. So a little bit of history on this project here. Council should be familiar with this project in that you saw it back in early 2018 with a general plan amendment request where council did approve the redesignation of the project site from residential to commercial. With that, this is the site plan that council was shown. And then as you notice at that point in time, the applicant at that time was well aware that the project, that there were some restrictions on driveways from Willow Avenue and that the access shall be shared with the Daryl's Mini Storage to the north.
Sorry, Lily, I want to ask you a question right there if I can. Was it Bill Robinson that came in front of us?
Yes, it was Bill Robinson.
And the person that he represented at the time is no longer associated with this, nor is Mr. Robinson, is that right?
Correct, yes. So at that time, it was Willows Petroleum who was represented by Serena Mann and Bill Robinson. Okay. And at some point, the ownership of the property was changed. And I do have that information here as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So again, this site plan was what council members were shown with that GPA request. Shortly after that, the applicant submitted for site plan review and was approved, again, this general site layout here with the shared access. There was an amendment to the site plan that modified the site by adding a retail building and just some other minor site modifications, again, with the shared access there. It was in July of 2019 that staff was notified by the applicant's representative, who had changed to the Chandi Group at that time, that the property ownership had changed and that they are interested in pursuing a second access off of Willow Avenue. And I apologize, I did not add that site plan here, but it was provided in your staff report. So from there, there was correspondence back and forth between the applicant's representative and staff, where staff, from the beginning, stated that staff would not be in support of the request. And also like to add that prior to the general plan amendment request, there was a preliminary review through the DRC process where these conversations were had as well. And so that's why the initial applicant came in with the shared access. Yes, exactly. So from there, on June 9th of this year, despite staff's stance, the applicant submitted for SPR 2018-005A2, this application, requesting a secondary access point onto Willow Avenue. And again, I apologize, I don't have that site plan here, but the access point essentially is around this area right here. And again, it's a right-in, right-out request. Staff turned around and denied the request on June 17th, and the applicant submitted for appeal for the Planning Commission's consideration on June 29th, where the Planning Commission heard the request on July and voted to deny the appeal for reasons that they felt that the applicant was well aware of the restrictions, and they felt that the shared access was adequate. So that brings us to tonight. With denial from the Planning Commission, the applicant did submit for appeal for council's consideration of their request. And before I do move on to reasons why staff denied the secondary access request, in which Mike Harrison, city engineer, is here to elaborate on, I would like to just go over some of the required findings that staff has to make in order to approve a site plan review. So number one is that the project must be allowed within the subject zone district. Number two, be in compliance with all of the applicable provisions of the development code that are necessary to carry out the purpose and requirements of the subject zoning district, including prescribed development standards and applicable design standards, policies and guidelines established by resolutions of the council. The project must be in compliance with all other applicable provisions of the Clovis Municipal Code, and the project must be consistent with the general plan and any applicable specific plan. With that, staff was unable to make some of those findings, and I do have Mike Harrison here to elaborate further on those reasons. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mike.
Thank you, Lily, and good evening, Mayor and council members. The request tonight basically centers around the general plan policies and the municipal code guidance pertaining to access along major streets in general. The applicant is requesting a third access point to the approved commercial development at the northeast corner of Alluvial and Willard Avenues. They have provided some substantial analysis and arguments supporting their request, and have provided some alternatives, which Lily mentioned, to minimize the impact of their proposal. So if we can go back to that previous slide, John. So I'd like to start with some context on Willow Avenue. So Willow Avenue is half within the city of Fresno and half within the city of Clovis. So it's a shared major arterial street. Willow Avenue is designated as an arterial in the city of Clovis and a super arterial in the city of Fresno. Both arterials and super arterials are intended to be major traffic movers, and in this case, Willow Avenue does meet that criteria. And with major arterials, limited access is a key component of the design. Willow Avenue in particular is a 6-lane facility with high importance and is a regional street within the hierarchy. Traffic progression and safety, including access control, are important considerations. Next slide, John. So I want to talk a little bit about access control authority. The city officials, the city in general, does have the authority to control access on roads as deemed necessary, and I think the key thing is it has to be reasonable access that's provided. The municipal code does have specific instructions regarding access to, regarding arterials. Just to read that code section, access to arterials and collector streets shall be spaced to provide for reasonable access to properties while maximizing traffic safety and traffic flow. Emphasis should be placed on maximizing on-site reciprocal access and minimizing the number of street access points. So back in the early 2000s, the cities of Fresno and Clovis met collaboratively and developed an access plan. And that plan has been used ever since then to guide staff in positioning access points. Both cities have made a valiant effort at trying to stick to that. There are changes that come every so often just because of circumstances, and we've resolved as both cities in partnership to not allow any additional access points unless there are unique or extenuating circumstances. So the next slide.
Mike, before you go any further, could you go back, please? Would this, it says access to arterials and collector streets. If the vehicles are moving off of that street onto private property, does that still apply as an access point? Because they're not really, they're actually leaving the roadway onto private property. Is that, I mean, I'm trying to figure if that really applies as a definition. Would that be an access? If as it's, I don't have it here, but as it's drawn, a vehicle driving in the number 3 northbound lane would leave the roadway and go onto private property. They're not really accessing the arterial road.
Well, any point that you have that you can get off the road or back onto the road is an access point.
Okay. I'm just trying to define the definition. Okay, thank you.
All right. So again, John, if you can go to the next slide. So this is the access plan. This is the 2006 version. I think there was a version earlier than this, but that's difficult to find. But this dates back to 2006. I chose this particular version because it shows what we were thinking back then, and it also shows the Darrell's mini storage project to the north. And if we can go to the next slide, John. This is a blow up of the project. The parcel to the west in the yellow is the subject site. And just to the north, you can see Darrell's mini storage under construction. And you can see that the access point is located slightly off of that property line. But as Darrell's mini storage was developed, that access point was positioned so that we could implement that policy of shared access between developments. And Darrell's was built with that shared access. So the concepts of this access plan, back at the time that this was put together, there was 3 basic criteria that were established that we tried to follow in putting it together. One of them was to limit left turn median brakes to 1 per each half-mile segment. The next was to prohibit all left turns out of any development across Willow Avenue. And the next was to limit the number of access points to 3 per each half-mile segment, if we can. So if we can go to Okay, here we go. So the applicant has presented several points. I did want to go over most of those. There's a lot of material that was provided, a lot of good analysis, but I just wanted to cover the main points that came across with their analysis. The first is that the additional access should be granted or considered due to increased square footage on the site. And it is true that the site square footage has increased, but as development projects go, it is still a fairly small development. And it is still staff's opinion that the two access points, the one off of Alluvial and the one at Darrell's, is sufficient for the site. The second, denial of the requested access is a land use restriction that is arbitrary and capricious. Staff does not believe it is either of these. Staff's denial of this particular access point is consistent with the general plan and development code guidance. The guidance is augmented by the Willow Access Plan, which was actually put together as a proactive approach to ensuring that the concepts are implemented appropriately. Third, Willow Access is not an enforceable land use restriction and lacks supporting analysis. So the responsibility for implementing the access requirements of the code lies with staff. The Willow Access Plan is a guiding document, again, based on collaboration between the two cities. It is intended to be a staff-level implementation document which staff uses to ensure compliance with the development code and the general plan guidance. Exceptions to the plan are granted and have been granted when there are unique and extenuating circumstances. Next slide, John. Another point that was made is the shared access also serves the apartments to the east. The fact is that that this is not a shared access. The apartments do have an emergency vehicle access that goes through the site, but it is not a day-to-day access for the apartment complex. The next point is that the detailed traffic analysis plus the lack of any counter-analysis by staff or the city or an administrative record means that the city must approve. In early discussions with the applicant's traffic consultant, staff did point out that a typical analysis would not necessarily suffice for justifying an additional access point. They would need to demonstrate that there would be a need, they would need to demonstrate a unique or unusual circumstances, as I've mentioned before, and that it doesn't introduce any new traffic or safety capacity issues. At a small project level, it can usually be shown that that particular project would add only a small increment of impact to the traffic flow on the adjacent street. This is why we need the unique or extenuating circumstance. The consultant's report in general concludes that the proposed project access would have no effect on neighboring intersections or nor would it cause any appreciable queuing on Willow Avenue. The additional access would also remedy what the consultant has indicated to be a deficient level of service at the Darrell's access point. Staff is committed to adhering to the access plan, again, unless there are unique or unusual circumstances that would justify a change. It remains staff's opinion that no compelling arguments were presented that would suggest that. Next, property rights would be infringed if additional access points, if additional access is not allowed. Given that the city does have the authority for access control and the current provision for reasonable access to the site, staff believes that the rights have not been infringed. Next slide, John. Oh, one more. No, back two. So the applicant does point out that there have been other access points granted to properties along Willow that are not in compliance or consistent with the requirements. This is not disputed by staff. The access plan was developed to attempt to control access in a more consistent way as began on Willow starting from Herndon. There were a lot of new access points introduced, and in order to kind of control that a little bit better, the access plan was developed. So the applicant has provided two additional entrance design concepts. So this particular slide shows a sweeping right turn in. This would be an entrance only. No exit would be allowed with this proposal. The next slide, if you can go to that one, John. This one shows basically the same kind of concept in more of a pictorial view, but it adds a right turn lane in advance of that entrance point. These designs do remove some conflict at the exit point, and they may be beneficial in providing mitigating traffic impacts to the proposed entrance, provided that the on-site aisle just immediately inside does not impede entry to the site, which we feel that it could. So next slide, John. So in summary, limiting access on Willow Avenue is an important aspect of the circulation element and the municipal code and the general plan. The city does have a basis and authority to limit access to major roadways as long as reasonable access is provided. City staff guided the development along Willow Avenue with the code concepts in mind by providing for the shared access at Darrell's in anticipation of the next development to the south. The applicant has demonstrated that the addition of a third access would introduce only a small increment of effect on the Willow traffic flow. But staff feels that there's still no compelling, unique, or extenuating circumstance for an exception to the access plan. Therefore, staff does recommend that the City Council uphold the Director's denial of Site Plan Review 2018-005A2 and deny the appeal request. I would also note that the City of Fresno has provided a letter supporting staff's position since the two cities were collaborating in the access for Willow Avenue. City has also received letters of opposition, which you have and Lily mentioned, and they've been provided to you. And Lily also mentioned that there are two resolutions, one for either way the council would decide they would want to go tonight. And I'm going to conclude there, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mike. Do we have any questions for staff? Vaughn? Mike, is there a signed access plan? The one provided is not signed. Is there an actual signed one by the other city officials and our city officials on record at all?
There's not.
The access plan that keeps getting mentioned, is there, because the one provided is just blank, it's just City of Fresno official, Clovis official, or whatever.
So the access plan was developed by the two agencies. There was actually a memo that was put together, and I think it's in your packet, that kind of outlines an agreement that the two agencies would have, and I think that was intended to be at staff level.
But there's places for signatures, so I'm just asking to see if...
There was not. It was never formalized, but it was used as if it was formalized in a better way. And it emulates the concepts in the municipal code and in the general plan. So that's how it's being used.
Okay. So on the target, Herndon and Willow, there's two access points, kind of like what we're talking about here, because one goes right before the chicken shop there, and one goes up to the target, right?
Correct.
So what was the justification for that, to allow that there and then currently not up where we're asking right now?
It's been nearly 20 years, I think, but I think that those early projects, like I mentioned before, were coming in without much guidance, and it was...
But that target came after 2001. That plan was 2001, so I'm trying to understand, if the plan is in place, that target came when I was still on the planning commission, so which was after 2001. And so that's why I'm trying to understand how, it applies and helps me understand what is an extenuating circumstance by which an applicant would have to prove to convince staff.
Well, I think what they would have to prove is that it's needed because of the limited capacity of the site, that it creates no issues, and that that they can't otherwise have reasonable access to the site without the additional access point. I don't know, I can't tell you if that was followed way back when Target was done or not.
Okay, because the date for that memo was March 2001, so I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, it's.
But you're saying it applied, and we gave an exception. Is that the understanding?
I'm not absolutely clear on that.
Vaughn, can you repeat your question, or at least the premise of your question? I want to make sure that I understand it. You're saying that the target there at Willow and Herndon?
Yeah, so it was March 2001 in which this access plan was agreed upon. That project, I'm pretty sure, came after March 2001. So in other words, but it's asking the same thing, because right after you pass, if you're going up Willow, right after you pass Herndon, there's a quick right turn into, I keep forgetting that chicken. Pollo Loco, yes. And then there's another one right at Target.
I was going to say Mad Duck, but that shows you where my head is.
So there's another one right at Target. And so if this applied, why did we give the exception then? Because it's almost kind of the same thing, but even safer with the right-in only coming up here at Alluvial. So I'm trying to understand that.
So I guess what I'm confused about is that are you saying that there is more than 3 access to that Target shopping center? Or
no, I'm just looking, if the rationale is we try to limit the access points, everything should have just gone in at Target, just like they're going in at Darrell's.
Okay.
So why did we include an extra access point? And even a smaller kind of right in, right? That's pretty short. And one that's proposed tonight is even longer, and it's only a right in. And so, and even at Target, there's left turns too. That makes it even more dangerous. Up at Alluvial, there's no left turns. So it's all right into the shopping center. So I'm trying to understand the logic of
Sorry, that might have to do with the size of that center and that the access is limited on Herndon Avenue. So clearly, for safety reasons and, development reasons, that can justify having 2 access along Willow Avenue in that area.
I was going to say the same thing. I think, I think that might have been, I don't know.
No, I don't mind, but if it's a might have been, it makes it very difficult to process, right? It may have been.
And there's actually 4 lanes right there. It's not 3 lanes, it's actually 4 lanes there.
And this one will actually give a 4th lane as well to turn in.
I guess just, it might have been simply reflects my memory.
No, but it was size. It was the size of the development.
I think it was the volume of traffic into Target. And I remember that was John Wright's famous something, help me, like over on Herndon and Peach, it was some fancy whatever. So it had an interesting access on that side of it. He had a name for it, which I now can't remember.
The quadrant intersection.
What's it called?
Quadrant.
That, not a useful term. Apparently I forgot that too. Anyway, so I think it was the collective of the center, as I recall. That access, no access on Herndon, and the size of the anchor in the center is different than the anchor in this center, I think.
And we got sued over it, so. But Fresno actually sued us over it, and we won. So.
And then that kind of leads to my secretary. So at that time, and maybe the council who have been present at that time, did the access plan also was referenced when it came? Did you recall? Okay, so in other words, when was it referenced? Does it get referenced every time? So can you recall?
I can't recall. I know that there was a lot of discussion about Willow Avenue access in the early 2000s. That memo was produced by Bob Madewell of the City of Fresno in 2001. It makes reference to what the criteria would be for the access plan. I'm not sure how the timeline fits together or when we actually came to a resolve that we were going to do better at complying with that access plan. I think that the multiple access points sort of right there north of Herndon seemed to be too much, especially with all the left turns. I'm not sure that there may have been a justification for that anyway, just due to the size of the development, but we wanted to make sure that we had a good plan going forward. In the earliest version that I can find, I found some old city engineer files from that era, and the oldest plan that I could find was 2003. That was actually a drawn plan that showed the land uses and the access points. So it's kind of foggy as to how the timing all fit together, but especially in the recent years, the access control issue has become very important to the cities, and we have resolved that we're going to try to stick to it. And we know that there probably have been some access points allowed that maybe shouldn't have been. We do not want that to be what guides us going forward or limits what we can do going forward.
And then the plan sort of breaks Nice Avenue as sort of the different rules, north of Nice versus Nice to Herndon, from what I read of the access plan, where north of Nice has a Clovis side versus a Fresno side. And so, it states, the city of Clovis has agreed to restrict access to Willow Avenue north of the old railroad crossing, north of Nice Avenue, to one opening only. This opening will be consistent with the one allowed medium break at the quarter point and shall be for, so I'm trying to see if north of Nice, have we ever had a exception? I know there's only one development right there, but has there been from there to
I don't
Shepherd?
think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
So we've adhered to it north of Nice, south of Nice, potentially on our side at least. The Herndon may or may not have justification.
At least between Herndon and Willow, that area is a little bit much, yeah.
Okay. Can you explain why you did not agree with the proposal of having that extra where they took away property from the development and had a right turn in only? Can you explain that a little bit better?
I think that it didn't represent a unique or extenuating circumstance, which is what I'm trying to stick to. With reasonable access, at least in my opinion, already provided with the Darrell's access, the streamlining or designing to mitigate still provided an additional access point, an additional potential conflict point, and without that extenuating circumstance, I didn't agree with the proposal.
Okay, but then you wrote in the staff report on page 180 on site plan modification if the appeal is granted. Okay, so it sort of gives us a way out if we should go that way. If it is found that an additional access point is warranted, there is a desire to, and if there is a desire to overrule staff's determination, staff recommends that a condition be added requiring the site to be reconfigured to minimize conflicts just inside the entrance. So is what they're proposing still, do you agree that still doesn't minimize that? Right with the entrance, you mentioned a little bit in your report.
It's my determination that they did not provide unique or extenuating circumstances. Obviously, staff can be appealed to council, and so the council has the ability to decide either way. And I think we're just expressing what our concerns might be. If we want to add the access point, we want to make sure that it's configured in a way that makes traffic flow well into the site. So
should the council approve, is what they propose something in which what you described here, where there was a increased length of the driveway, a deceleration lane, is that sort of what they did?
John, can you go back to that plan? That one? You talking about this one, Paul?
Yeah, I'm just stating that, does this represent your language or the staff's language in if we should approve this, an access here?
It does, but we have not evaluated it. What it does is it narrows the landscape setback, so we have to consider whether that's something we want to have in the site plan. It has a conflict point just inside the development where there would be a three-way stop, and it's possible that there could be confusion entering the site and causing traffic to slow down or back up into Willow Avenue. Now, with the right turn lane there, it does help with that situation, but we want to make sure that that's configured and set up so that it flows well into the site if this is something that the council wants to approve.
So if we do, then does it still, you would still have to analyze what they gave, even though you denied it?
I'm sorry?
Because you denied what they proposed tonight, right, the extra, and so, but you said that you have not had time to analyze it, should we, the council, later decide to approve it, so how does that work now?
I think that, David?
I just want to say, there's an alternative draft approval resolution in there, there's a condition of approval that says, that concept can be approved, or an alternative concept, all to be evaluated and approved by the city engineer. So there's all.
And that'll go back to just the staff level?
That's right. So all the
Okay.
flexibility is built
Okay.
into that, if that's the way the council wants to go.
Okay. And so, would you agree, since it's only a right only, and then on top, it would have to only be an entrance only from those coming north? That's the only way to get into that, the original? It wouldn't have much of an issue right when it gets in, or I'm trying to understand your analysis of where it can be an added safety for this proposal. Help me out.
So this removes vehicles from the traffic flow. It doesn't have cars pulling out into Willow Avenue. And again, we just received this late last week, so we haven't evaluated like we would with a site plan review. It introduces a pedestrian crossing that may be something that's a hazard, and we would want to look at that to make sure that that works well. Just inside the site, there is basically an intersection of two drive aisles. We want to make sure that that works so that it doesn't cause cars to back up into Willow Avenue as well.
Okay. And then my last question, has Fresno in their projects adhered to this access plan like how we're trying to do in working with them since 2001 when this was agreed upon?
Since 2001, I can't be sure in the early projects, but I think for the most part they have. Most of the access points that you see on the plan have been there since the beginning, and I don't think any have been added.
Okay, thank you.
Jose?
Okay, have you been to the Daryl's shared access point?
Mm-hmm.
And you understand the business model for Daryl's as far as how people access Daryl's?
Yes.
How do they access Daryl's?
They drive in, they pull up to the keypad, punch in their combination, and then enter the site.
So is it a possibility they'll queue up and even with queuing, several people go at any given time and queue up before they have to hit their combination?
It's possible. It could happen on occasion. Generally, the traffic at Daryl's is sporadic throughout the day, and
okay, so even if they have some queuing, it's still okay to the access point? Because as I look at some of these drawings, it looks like some of the queuing would interfere with traffic coming off of Willow. Could it, or we don't know?
There could be occasions where it does, yes.
It could happen.
It could.
So that's not extenuating circumstances? I
didn't feel that it was.
So sometimes it could be, sometimes we don't know. And I don't know if you're the right person to ask, but there was some form letters submitted with people's names as opposition letters. They looked like they were just retyped, well, they're just form letters. Who are these people?
Lily?
I see names, I see signatures, but they were all signed on 9/15, well, 9/14.
Yes, so those were received by Trevor Beal, and I think he's here to speak on behalf of the project, so he can further clarify on who exactly those people are. He came into the office and submitted those on the 18th, I believe.
And who's the person?
Trevor Beal, he's here to
Okay,
speak.
okay, he's the competition across the street? Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
That's it.
Mike, can I ask you to put your traffic engineer hat on for a second? If we have traffic going northbound on Willow, and I'm in the number 3 lane, which is the right lane, and I want to go into that property without this right turn, I gotta go all the way up to where Daryl's is and make that turn in there. But I have to cross over a bike lane, and is there an access lane, a right turn lane that would permit me to flow into that and then make the turn? Or, cause I'm looking at it from when I drive home to my home, there's a right turn lane coming off of northbound Clovis Avenue, and occasionally you have a person who slows down, doesn't go to the right, and then makes kind of a 90-degree turn, which causes everybody to have to slow down. If without that right turn going into the one we're talking about, is there an easy way for people to merge to the right and then make that turn, or is it wider up there for them?
You're talking about the one at Daryl's?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
one.
Yes, that one does have the width for a right turn lane. It's not striped that way currently, but it does have the width for it.
And that includes the provision for the bike lane also?
It does not. The bike lane would disappear through that segment. When Willow was built, there was not room for both, so the bike lane kind of merges with the right turn lane at that point.
So that could be, and I'm putting your traffic engineer hat on, and the only reason I'm saying is because I've investigated thousands of traffic accidents involving, and not thousands involving bicycles, but my concern is we're mixing a use there with a vehicle and a bike lane. So now, just going back to the proposed use, if you are at speed, let's say you're coming northbound on Willow, you pass Alluvial, you have a green light, you're doing 40 miles an hour, you could merge to the right into that lane without backing traffic up. Would that be a true statement as a traffic engineer?
You could.
Okay. Yes. And we're mixing, obviously, we're mixing the use with the bike lane, but it's a very short jog. I'm looking at this from taking the access plan and the extended use and the extenuating circumstances off. I'm looking at this from a safety standpoint. This seems consistent with removing a number of vehicles from that intersection, because it could be a Saturday where you have the Storage Wars people and everybody is parking up there. I have not seen how many people go up there, but I have seen other Daryl's that are packed. Mm-hmm. So we could, on occasion, have a problem there, and this could mitigate that. Would that be an accurate statement?
With an event like that, sure.
Okay. That's all I have. Lynn?
Thanks. So, their proposal on this is write-in only? Or, I guess, how do you get out?
I think they're probably gonna have to characterize what they're asking for, but I think their request is for write-in, write-out.
In the same location as the write-in here?
Right, but they're proposing some alternatives in case that this is more palatable to the city, to have an in only instead of a write-in, write-out.
Okay, so I have two questions really. In the traffic engineer's letter, he referred to something, I don't know what it is, and he said it was due to lack of dire access. What is dire? Those two words don't go together. Dire meaning,
I said that?
no, in the traffic engineer's letter, maybe if the applicant is gonna comment, they could, I just didn't know what that meant. Lack of dire access to the project site, that adjective does not modify the word access. I didn't know what it meant.
I think they mean that their need for access is dire, in their opinion.
Okay. And then I guess my second more fundamental question is, in one of the staff reports, it talks about they bought the property with the full expectation they would have access, broadly. But they bought the project knowing this was the layout, right?
Yes.
So
I believe that's the case,
I
yes.
guess it's for the applicant somewhere,
Yeah.
I suppose, but I'm kind of interested in, this is what you bought, but you can't have bought it and expecting, you can't have it both ways. You can't have bought it and then also expected more access, because that's what you bought. So I guess I'd like to hear from the applicant on that when they have a chance to comment. I'll wait for additional comments, thanks, Drew.
Bob?
Thank you. Let me start by saying that I had an opportunity to visit with Dirk Bushel on this item. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and I probably should not have had that meeting with him. I regret that I had that meeting with him, but I want to give full disclosure that I did have that meeting. I want a clear definition of access, if you don't mind. So when we have the statement that talks about there should be 3 access points within every half mile, so limit the number of access points to 3 in each half-mile segment. When we're talking about access points, can you just tell me what that means?
It would mean either a street, if we're talking about a residential area, or it would be a driveway into a commercial center.
Okay. And then as I look on that area, starting at Herndon on the Clovis side, we have the access by the El Pollo Loco. We have the full access to Target, so that's 2. We have Spruce, which is a 4-way controlled, stoplight controlled intersection, that's 3. We have Birch Avenue into a residential, that's 4. We have access into Harmony Bay, that's 5, before we even get to Alluvial. And then when we go north of Alluvial, the first one in was Daryl's, so that's 1. Where we had this Save Mart and where the Trader Joe's is, they had 2 originally, so that's 2 and 3. And then we agreed to allow another access into the Ride and Shine Express Car Wash there.
Yes.
So that's 4. And I remember we had a conversation about whether we were going to say that was okay, but we up here said it was okay. Maybe not all of you. But we said it was okay to have the Ride and Shine Express car wash there. So that's 4 between Alluvial and Nees Avenue. It gets a lot better when you go north of Nees Avenue for us. Now, on the Fresno side, it's really not fully developed. I don't know what their plans are or the expectations in that area, but because it's not fully developed, it's really hard for me to say that they are or are not in compliance, because from Nees all the way down to Herndon, there's just not much going on there. So we make these agreements either as a council with the community or as a council with, in this case, the city of Fresno, and we just don't seem to do a very good job of sticking to them. And it gets us into these problems which are really frustrating for me. And I mean, not too long ago, we granted access off of Shepherd Avenue when we thought we should not be doing that originally, but we did it on the north side of it, and so now we're gonna allow it on the south side of it. And that, you know, I think I've expressed my frustration with if we have an agreement with the community, or we have an agreement with any other party, then let's make sure that we stick with it. We haven't done that here. And so thank you for letting me express my frustration on that particular point. When it comes to, you need to know that I travel this Willow Avenue all the time on my way home. And it's, you know, post 5 o'clock traffic. And sometimes I commute on my bicycle to downtown Fresno, and I take Willow Avenue, at least up to Alluvial, and then I make my turn. And it is, you know, it is a little intimidating when I go past Herndon, and then I've got that immediate right in where the El Pollo Loco is there. I got to be really careful as a bicycle rider. But I am. So the bicycle part, at least for me personally, is concerning, but it's not overwhelmingly concerning. So I just learned to navigate it. You know, whatever it is I have to do in order to get from point A to point B, I do, and I do it in the safest way possible. And then I also want to comment that I wasn't really, nothing about the legal arguments that were made by whoever wrote this legal argument that was presented to us on behalf of the applicant was particularly persuasive. Nothing that we are asking here is arbitrary or capricious. That is, it certainly is not what we said and what we approved in that site plan when Bill Robinson was here. It was really clear, it wasn't arbitrary, it's not capricious. We're trying to really make sure that we control how many access points there are off of our major arterials like Willow Avenue. It seems clear to me that somewhere along the line somebody didn't do their due diligence who purchased this property. And that's not on us as a council. That's on whoever it is that either did not communicate or, you know, or the person when they chose to purchase it didn't look into it. So having said all of that, really, from my view, the only question for us is going to be, does that right in that you see up there on the screen make sense? Because the 3 access points, we blew that up a long time ago. And I'm sorry that we did, but for whatever reason we did. And as far as the owner of this property, you know, if he bought this without doing his due diligence, again, that's on him, it's not on us. So I don't feel compelled like to say, oh, well, okay, we're going to make it all better for you because whoever it is didn't tell you about the site plan. I don't like the dangers that are presented in either one of these entries off of Willow Avenue. I can tell you at the Darrow's Mini Storage, I've never seen any queuing taking place there. I mean, it just doesn't happen. At least all of the time in the busiest traffic. I mean, maybe I'll see one person up there at the gate once, maybe every 2 weeks or once a month, and it's not a big deal. But I don't like how when they go over there, they're going to have to make a U-turn, an immediate U-turn, and maybe that's just an inconvenient thing. It certainly slows them down, which is going to be, I think, great for the pedestrians who are going to be walking from the sidewalk there into the commercial center. When I see the right turn lane, I'm glad that at least they're trying to push it in so that there won't be a lot of queuing as soon as you cross Alluvial Avenue. But I certainly don't like that as soon as they make that right turn, they're going to be going right into, you know, traffic that's coming down from the retail portion to the north. And a lot of people are going to be making an even more sharp U-turn in order to get to the gas station there. So, I mean, there's nothing really satisfactory about this proposal. The only thing that's good is that right turn lane. You know, you've got a little bit of a lead there, but I don't think that's really going to help. And in fact, in some cases, it's going to complicate things because of the pedestrian, and you're going to have some more pedestrians crossing there. And so now the pedestrians are gonna have two areas where they're gonna have to be pretty concerned about the traffic that's gonna be turning into that shopping center at that location and then the Darrow's mini storage. Those are some of my random thoughts, just to let you know that I don't want, at least from my view, I don't want this council to be confused about, okay, well, what was our agreement with Fresno? Because apparently we threw that away a long time ago. And I don't want us to be worried about, you know, anything that the lawyer happened to say representing the applicant. There's no good argument there. Really, the question for us is which is the safest? And frankly, nothing is particularly safe about this. Maybe the safer between the two is having them go to Darrell's, make the wider U-turn, and then come on down, because that way you only have one pedestrian crossing as opposed to two. I just don't like the sharp turning in where you're gonna have traffic coming from the north, heading to that gas station. So I think we just go with how it is that we've originally, I mean, these are my initial thoughts, and I'm very open about them so that whoever's gonna be coming from the public to speak can at least know where I'm coming from. And they can push back all they want on my perspective, and maybe they can persuade me that there's something safe about, safer about one plan over the next. So, Mayor, thank you for letting me ramble.
Jose?
I also wanted to disclose that I also met with Mr. Bushel, so for transparency. But I have one more question for staff. To make it safer, as Council Member Wellens is saying, at the entrance that is already approved and the city wants, if we did what the applicant is proposing up there with the, I call it deceleration lane, and do it further up, eliminate that proposed entry, but that feature further north, so there could be that traffic calming kind of thing as they went into the development. Is it too late to propose something like that, or? Yes. No, I don't think so. It doesn't look that way. But it's not proposed that way. It doesn't look, the diagrams don't show that.
The current striping doesn't show a right turn lane per se. It shows the dashed line so that that's an area where cars can cross over. It's, you know, is that safer than a separate bike lane next to a right turn lane? You're still crossing over the bike lane in some manner. So, you know, we will have to evaluate which is better. I think personally that the way that the Darrell's entrance is striped is better for safety. The bicyclist knows that that's an area where cars are going to be crossing. He can be aware of that, as opposed to having a separate bike lane right next to a right turn lane.
Okay. So the way it's striped and everything is better than even moving that further north, eliminating that proposed.
The way it's striped now provides enough room for a car to get out of the through traffic lane to make the right turn, and it doesn't create a separate bike lane. It just has the dashed line so that there's understood that the bikes and cars are crossing at that location. Either way, there's going to be cars and bikes crossing when cars are trying to get off the road.
Okay.
But I think his question is, can't we just move the deceleration lane that we see in the proposal up north a little bit to the Darrell's mini storage? Can't we make that a condition? Or is it too late to make that a condition?
Well, that'd be a question for the applicant. I think if the applicant's proposing relocating curb and gutter for a right turn lane at this location, it's probably not out of the realm of possibility to do it up at the Darrell's location.
Fine.
Mike, our fire trucks will not have trouble coming through the Darrell's and making a U-turn, correct? It's wide enough where if fire trucks came in, they can U-turn in pretty easily. Do we know that?
Well, fire department did evaluate this site plan when it came in, and the emergency access that actually goes over to the apartments, and They approved it. I don't know if there are any concerns remaining for them. I'm not aware that they do have concerns.
Oh, I think Chief just walked in. Chief, can you speak to the entrance at Darrell's and you turning into the proposed project here, if any of our trucks would have trouble making that full U-turn coming inside?
We did, engineering did their usual where we have the CAD auto draft that actually does the turning radius for us. So that site has been AutoCAD to show that the ladder truck can make the turn and then the turn up into the gate at the neighboring
straight across.
access straight across. So yes, we can make the turn into it and then the next right turn.
You can make it also with a car sitting there waiting to make a left getting out, or does it have to be clear?
My recollection is that that is a wide enough entrance for a right turn out and a right turn in, with a car in each location.
You know how there's that little blue car right on top? On top of the top left up there? You see how there's that car? If a car was there and emergency is coming in, can they still make a turn, or does that car, like, you know, if there was stacking and stuff like that, just people exiting, can our truck still make the right turn without those cars having to be moved is my question. Because legally they can be there to get out of this development.
Absolutely, it happens to us in the Target parking lot and all the other places where that car is now waiting to make a left across traffic because they don't know if they're gonna go straight into Darrell's or whatever else.
Yeah.
I mean, fire department's position is always, the more points of access, the better it always is, because it gives us more options. 2 is our bare minimum. It does meet the 2 bare minimum by site, and in turn, the current layout by CAD works. Yes, absolutely, cars could be stacked there. We always have to swing into the oncoming traffic with the ladder, you know, the big trucks to make them fit, to make the turn. They're not as clean as a car, so it does take a little bit of width for us to, and that's why you use the whole area, the geometric shape to make it work. But it does work, but the way it's designed is without any cars being stacked there. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and then you said more points of entry is better for access for you, from a response. So for example, this added feature gives you more access.
Well, there's all the issues with this, with the right-hand turn lane and all the other things. I would say that from our view, purely from fire, is the more options we have, because you never know which way we're coming from and how we're coming from, is always a better solution. A good example is this, where this location is 2 of the responding units are not going to be from the city of Clovis. They're actually going to be from Fresno, and they're going to be coming southbound on Willow. So you're only going to get the one northbound, and where it's going to come down, it's come down. Louisville make the right in. Odds are if they're in quarters, the other 2 are going to be station 13 and 17 from the city of Fresno. And they were both north of there that'll be coming southbound on Willow into that complex if it's a structure assignment.
Okay. Thank you very much for
how the automated movement works.
Thank you, Chief.
Just in disclosure, I had 2 phone conversations with Mr. Puschel, and he emailed me this information for me to look at. Mike, I was intrigued by Jose's comment of not doing the potential of, and this would be obviously something that the applicant will speak to, but I'm asking you to put your traffic engineer hat on. If we were to do, I don't know that there's a long enough deceleration lane at the Darrell's Mini Storage where people who are going to make that turn will be able to move over, slow down, and make that turn without queuing it up, potentially. But if we were to say, no, we're not going to do this, if they were to take that deceleration lane and just move it north, that might resolve that problem. Would that be an accurate statement from a traffic engineering standpoint?
Yeah, it always helps to add a right turn lane for a road like this, yes.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have. Any other questions for staff? Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Come forward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Dirk Puschel, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the applicant. There's been considerable conversation this evening before I was given an opportunity to provide my testimony, and I'd like to just note some important points, I think, for the council to consider immediately. First of all, we would welcome the opportunity to fine-tune this plan. It was proposed because we understood by reading the staff report that this was an alternative that staff would consider if the council was of a mind to approve the project. So we think that there are some options. One might be moving the bike lane onto the sidewalk like is in front of Mr. Cashin's. There's other options, but I don't think the opportunity is to design the project this evening. The other component of interest is that the access plan, Exhibit A, which was referred to in the staff report, is not what was constructed. As a matter of fact, that entry point was moved to the location that we have now. If that location was the location we'd be dealing with for the project or the shopping center, I don't think we'd be here this evening. I also like to note that the Institute of Transportation Engineers is real clear on the peak days and times for mini storage, and those are Saturdays and Sundays. I've been to that mini storage 4 or 5 times within the last month, just standing there and looking at the site. And Saturday and Sunday is in fact the peak day, and that happens to coincide with the peak day of the shopping center. And I'll get into those particular concerns in a moment. The other thing that I think has been lost this evening has been, it's not that the plan can't be changed, it's just that we need to do a good job in providing the council with those unique circumstances, because we believe that those circumstances do exist, not the least of which is that about 50% of the traffic on the current location, which is about 2,500 cars per day and 181 AM peak trips and 174 peak PM trips will occur at the current location. I believe that it will cause traffic problems, not only within the interior of this shopping center, but out onto Willow. And I'd also like to add, because it is a quasi-judicial hearing, that I also had a conversation with Mr. Benelli about 2 weeks ago, and I was very clear about the proposal that we talked about, and it included a right turn sweep, it included a deceleration lane, and his comment to me was that he would not oppose such a proposal. So I'll present that testimony because I know it to be true and correct. Now, if I may, Mr. Chandy and his family are here. Mr. Chandy purchased the site with an approved project plan, and contrary to some of the conversations that you've had this evening, he has extensive experience and felt that as the council and frankly staff knew more about the impacts of the current location of the driveways, that cool heads would prevail and that the modification would be approved. His consultants continue to have conversations on the access points on Willow Avenue. As a matter of fact, I was involved in some of those conversations, and I frankly thought that we were really close a couple of periods of time myself. But Mr. Chandy remained optimistic that the council would in fact find that there were unique circumstances, which is really the test of this hearing this evening, that whether or not there are unique circumstances. We believe that it will provide substantial improvement to a flawed design. The project will generate, Mr. Chandy's project, not the multifamily project, will generate 5,743 trips. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, about 181 AM peak and 174 peak trips. The drive approach entering the site is only 50 feet deep. So immediately there's going to be a conflict with the turning movements of those people that are stacking their cars at the mini storage or making a right-hand turn, or, and as you can see through photo number 2, people that are coming from the west to east to the west, and then the 2,500 cars or so that are going to try to leave the shopping center during the day. Now they're going to be mixing with traffic from that mini storage. And by the way, I think you have Daryl's mini storage support letter. They believe that the existing or current facility is prone to failure. They'll be mixing Hertz moving trucks that are 26 feet, motor homes that are 40 feet, light-duty trucks and trailers which can total 35 feet. But all of these vehicles share common denominators. They are large, they stop slowly, have less visibility, and have much larger turning radius than a car. So we believe that the proposal, the right turn in and the deceleration lane, will significantly reduce the potential for congestion, and particularly congestion onto Willow Avenue. Either of these options was identified to staff earlier on, where a person who's entering the Daryl's Mini Storage has to either key in the code or has to get out of his vehicle and actually go into the management office. So his trucks or vehicle, vans, whatever, literally clog that entryway. I was there, again, 4 or 5 times in the last month. Most of the people didn't have the key code. They had to get out of their car and go into the office. When this shopping center adds its 5,000 trips per day, or 2,500 through this particular intersection, we believe that there's going to be a substantial traffic flow and safety problem, which is what we are both trying to avoid. We both share the desire to have a safe traffic flow, an objective that we fully support. Because the location, design, and mix of traffic types associated with the current Willow access appears contrary to the assertion that site access points were strategically placed to minimize conflicts. If you look at photo number 4, the Willow access deficiencies, Mr. Chandy proposes a sweeping right turn, and it improves Willow Avenue traffic flow. It poses no queuing or level of service issues on Willow. It meets the separation criteria of access points from an intersection, is of a design that's typical to shopping center visitors and poses no unreasonable threats to pedestrians, improves site accessibility for emergencies, and does not set a precedent due to its unique circumstances. Now, unlike Mr. Chandy's competitors, the current drive approach is essentially a frontage road, where his customers have to drive all the way past his site and then work their way through this circuitous loop with 2,500 other visitors. A frontage road would be perfectly sufficient if you were a doctor or some other form of destination-derived use, but not for convenience commercial, and that is precisely what is proposed on this facility. So direct access to a commercial center is critical to all of the Chandy uses, which are convenience-oriented, because shoppers desire to drive in and drive out in a convenient, safe, and easily defined route. The current access places the Chandy property at a distinct disadvantage to other commercial centers, as other centers have direct access to their facility. If you look at finding 5, and that happened to be the location where Bob and I had an iced tea, that is the drive approach that the other shopping centers enjoy. So the traffic brings the shoppers into the front door, if you will, of all of the tenants. And in Mr. Chandy's case, they drive past his site, they're almost completely past the site, then they make a quick right turn in that 50-foot radius, and now they have to weave their way back into the rest of the facility. It's completely unlike any of his other competitors, either south of Herndon or all of the competitors to the north of Herndon. As a matter of fact, no other competitor shares a quasi-industrial use like he shares with Daryl's Mini Storage. There's nothing like it on that whole tangent. As far as I know, there's nothing like it in the Fresno metropolitan area. But this premise that staff has presented is that all of the access points are of equal value or utility. But volumes of real estate appraisal and legal writings conclude all access points are not similar, as variables such as convenience, location, adjacent traffic volumes, identity, and other factors affect utility, which is in fact value. So unlike the Chandy property, all the properties within the access area have this direct access to their commercial buildings, driving on well-defined, easily identified paths of travel to their desired location. And since Mr. Beal is here this evening, I made a quick comparison of our shopping center to Mr. Beal's Center immediately across the street. Mr. Beal's Center is about 2 acres and generates about 2,015 trips per day, and about 152 peak trips in the PM hour. Our center is about twice as big and generates 66% more traffic at 5,743, or 458 peak PM trips. So 66% greater PM trips is generated out of the Chandi Center as the Beal Center. Now, we wish the Beals the best. They're a great operator. We hope they survive. We hope they do wonderful. But the staff's premise is that all of these access points are equal, and it's simply not true. This is an excellent comparison. One center is burdened with 66% more traffic than the center right across the street. So we ask that you appreciate that shoppers experience traffic conflicts and delays, and then in fact, if there is a lack of convenience, they simply will not return to the Chandi Center. They simply will shop elsewhere. I used a very conservative 5% adjustment. If 5% of the shopping center visitors, just 5%, don't come to the center because the center is not convenient, it does not have convenient access, that's only 143 fewer shoppers per day. But we know through Mr. Chandi's personal records of his other centers and national sales data that each purchaser represents about $16 per purchase. That means that each day, at just 5%, 143 trips, there's $2,288 less a day, or $835,000 a year, or $8.3 million in 10 years. Everyone in this room wants Mr. Chandi to be successful because the city shares in his success. The functional obsolescence of the current driveway will cost jobs, create longer vacancies, and lower rents as the Chandi Center struggles to compete with other centers not burdened by inconvenient and circuitous access. We ask that you grant the additional access and related frontage road. Let us have the opportunity to work with your staff about details. We're happy to bring that back to you because there are no adverse impacts associated with the proposal. In fact, it improves many of the characteristics of what was identified as adequate access by staff. All of these improvements will be done at the applicant's expense, and it does not set a precedent due to the unique circumstances that I've identified this evening. Again, I'd like you to go back to the drawing number 2 and just take a moment and look at the potential conflicts that are created by the existing driveway. And we believe that they can be substantially reduced by taking 50% of those trips, the inbound trips, through this dedicated right turn and acceleration lane. Again, we look forward to working with the staff to fine-tune details, but we ask that you approve our appeal. We have other members of the Chandi team that would like to address the council. I would be happy to answer any questions if you have them of me.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. Any questions for Dirk? Lynn?
Dirk, I'll disclose that you called me and I never called you back.
You didn't.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Would you try it again? Oh, sorry. I just realized that right now, like, oh, I knew there was somebody I was supposed to call back. Sorry about that. Dirk, what's the way out in this drawing here?
Yes.
Same question I asked Mike. It's right in, but still out at the north end of the center?
The right in and right out remains exactly the same, Council Member Ashbeck. There's no change that we're proposing.
I don't see, so it's right in and the new access is right in only?
That's correct.
And then the out is still the Daryl's Mini Storage out?
That is correct. That is correct. But what the advantage is we get people off of Willow quicker and we reduce the inbound traffic by about 50%.
I just said to the mayor, this is a lot like the center at Clovis and Herndon and Clovis, that Chevron station there where to go to the gas station, you turn, you make it's very close to the intersection, and then if you're going to make a right into that station, you have to make an immediate right again to get to the pumps. This is not particularly desirable either.
This actually has the distance requirement that was identified in the access plan. It actually exceeds it. So we have 100 feet of access plus a transition lane. So this does meet your criteria. It would be very similar, Councilmember Ashbeck, to the right turn in at Yosemite Ranch. And I, like Mr. Whalen, I've been at that location hundreds of times and I don't see conflicts there. And I think that most people are capable of managing their way across that sweeping right turn at Yosemite Ranch.
But
And I think they could do it here.
I'm sure they're a lot smarter here, because this is in Clovis. I'm sure it's better here.
Could be.
Dirk, the question though is, you're not concerned about, if it's right in here, the only way out is up to the Darrells, you're not concerned about adding to the conflict that you say exists now. So it's okay to go out that way, it's just not okay to do both in and out.
It was an alternative that was identified by staff, and we thought that it had merit. If I may add about the location of the right turn in, if you look at where we selected the right turn in, it doesn't meet directly with the building. So you could have traffic stops, there would be signage, there could be other methods by which people would know that the right turn in has, I guess, right of way, if you will. If you moved the right turn in further to the north, you start to get into conflict with the building, and that would cause potential conflicts on the Willow Avenue. So we think it's a good location. It's not the precise location, and it can be worked out with staff.
Well, I think what happens at Clovis and Herndon is when you make the right, if someone is in that turquoise car trying to get out, you have to stop and wait. So you also have queuing, you have a queuing kind of issue. Now you're saying that deceleration lane would take care of that. But it's not perfect there either. I think it's much like this. A question about when the Chandy family bought this. Say what you said about they thought they could work on additional access. They bought the project, they bought the site plan, they bought knowing that the access was where it was.
That's correct.
Say that part again.
That's correct.
They thought they could work.
They thought that because the traffic volumes and the problem at the Darrell's Mini Storage was so obvious that they thought that they could work it out. And so Mr. Whalen's premise or scenario was not correct. Yeah.
Thank God, I think it all the time.
Hi.
All right.
Sorry, if I can add, my name is Tony Mary Hugh, and I'm the CFO for Chandy Group, the developer for the project. And I just want to correct one thing, and I think the Assistant City Manager, your name is it Josh? John, thank you, I'm sorry. If you could backtrack in Ms. Lily Chaw's presentation, I think it was like one of the first or second slides she showed. Right there, one more. When we acquired the site as it was approved, this is what the project looked like. There was 2 small drive-through buildings, and there was 1 convenience store that's a smaller footprint than what we do. That's how the site was purchased. We had not visited the city of Clovis. We were looking for a 1031 exchange, and as you know, there's time is of the essence. When Mr. Chandy came up and visited the property, he immediately saw value and opportunity to bring additional retail buildings to the site. We like to do a little larger footprint. If you've been out and walked the property, even the way we have it designed today, there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of room there. Our next step was to reach out to staff and say, hey, we're gonna add more buildings, can we do this? Staff has been excellent to work with, I will tell you that. So we've reached out numerous times. Hi, Lily. First time I get to see her. Many emails, and she's been really responsive to our requests, our needs, our questions for what we're doing. And we added additional buildings to the site plan, and we discussed very early on that we felt the project needed an additional driveway. We were discouraged by staff. We were not told no. We did not realize that at that time that there was an access plan or a document, and we said, great, we're going to keep working on this. We're going to put together our best effort and come back to you. And that was last July. We've been working on this. We've asked for it, we've requested. The site plan now, if you want to go forward, is much larger. It's double the size.
And in between, we've had commercial real estate brokers that we're working with to find tenants that are basically telling us, you have no access. The national retailers are looking at the driveway on the end and saying, we can get in at Alluvial, but that's it. Anybody coming from Willow is going to drive right on by. So Mr. Shandy said, we need to go back to the city. So that answers, I think, Councilmember Lynn Ashbeck, if I said that right, that you asked earlier about how when, yes, we did purchase the site, we did know that there was a driveway there on Willow. We did not come in and ask the city to just bend over and let us do what we wanted to. We don't work that way. We work cooperatively with cities. So we've tried to work numerous times with staff to present support, reasoning, suggestions, solutions. As Mr. Puschel mentioned earlier, latest revisions when staff came back and said, hey, look, City Council, if you're going to consider this, then let's ask them to put in a deceleration lane and a right turn only. No more right in, right out. So Mr. Shandy said, you know what? We'll do it. If that's going to get us at least one more driveway in, let's make that happen. So, Dirk, I hijacked your presentation. I know that I think we have, may I ask Rick? Sorry. We have a commercial real estate broker here that we've worked with that would like to speak, and then Mr. Shandy's going to just say hello to y'all. He's a real person.
Can I actually ask a question of Dirk before because I want to...
Please, sorry, I hijacked it.
That's okay. Yeah, no problem.
Yes, sir. Other than you were wrong?
Everybody's in agreement with you that I was wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. So I understand a lot. That actually helped me to understand context. The 1035 exchange, I understand what was going on. You had a limited amount of time in order to make the decision you needed to make. I get that having access just from Daryl's mini storage is inconvenient and it decreases the value of the property. I absolutely understand and agree with that assessment. I think from my perspective at least is that I'm focused on safety. And so I am concerned about both of these entrances into this development. Now you're in a position where you've already started doing significant building on the property, and I don't know what adjustments you can make, but I would just simply point you to the Nees and Willow Avenue Shell station, which is over there, and where the Sonic Burger is. Your first right entry is, it's pretty safe, because where the Sonic Burger is, you don't have any traffic coming from the north. Because it's all blocked, because you've got the Sonic Burger there. And then there is some landscaping features to the south as soon as you roll in as well, so you don't have any other traffic coming from the south. It's like, so you would have an opportunity under your scenario that you're asking for the right turn lane in 100 feet right turn lane. And then if you were able to work with staff and they could put some landscape features or something to make sure that you don't have traffic coming from the north, and there's something else that's going to prevent immediate traffic coming from the south, then that's gonna alleviate a lot of my concern, because I frankly think that the entry right there, it's not good for anybody.
We agree.
Okay, so there may be an opportunity there. I don't know what your timeline is, but I don't know how we could. I don't think we should be doing planning right now, but I do think that you need to make some adjustments so that you've got some buffers to prevent traffic coming from the north and then exit from the south.
We actually evaluated putting in a median island where that little blue car is, Councilmember Whalen, but it doesn't meet your turning radii for emergency vehicles. That was a concept that the traffic engineer and I looked at some weeks ago, because we thought the same thing. There are still internal conflicts that are occurring, and our diagram illustrates them, that we think are alleviated with the right-hand turn, and but we don't have room for the median island.
I don't understand how the turning radius is going to be a problem if you have where the blue, you're talking about the light blue car?
The light blue car. So just as the diagram illustrated, Councilmember Whalen, if you had traffic that's coming in from east to west, they're gonna make that turn diagonally, because, most traffic engineers are gonna want you to make your turns at right angles. They're gonna go right through that at a kind of a tangent, and that's what we're concerned about with traffic that's coming into the site. Traffic that's coming into the site could go to the back of the center in a tangent, not at right turns. So there are a lot of design issues that, are inherent with this access point at Darrell's.
Is Chief Banaski here still? Did you hear that? Can you, So, if we were to allow this third access, which I think the fire department would like a third access to the location, I get that, and you want to.
No, we'll work with what they have. Right now, what it does, I want to make sure it's clear, is what they have up there right now on CAD works.
Okay, but if we put, some landscape median where the light blue car is, as soon as you turn to the right, you see where that light blue car is?
At the top, that one there?
That one there, right one there. If we put some landscaping there, and then the way to get to the gas station would just be a little bit, like, yeah, a little bit further, does that create a problem for the fire trucks? Oh.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that was confused listening to it, so let me just say.
No, well, my point was, is that if we treat this like the Willow and Nees Avenue where the Shell station is and the Sonic Burger is, and then you make that right turn, like you want that.
I see what you're saying. So you're extending the medium out a little bit for you to make the right-hand turn, you can't make the immediate right.
I don't want conflict. When somebody comes in on that right turn, I don't want traffic coming from the north, and I don't want traffic coming from the south immediately. I want a little bit of landscape feature, something to prevent that traffic from taking place, shift it a little bit further to the east, and then you can swing back around and go into the gas station. That doesn't create any problems with the fire engine.
No, I think he was talking, or at least in my mind, that dark blue car at the top, where they're gonna actually come in at an angle there, and the people are gonna come out and make an angle, no one's gonna make a nice little left-hand turn. I think that's where we're.
I don't particularly like that either. I don't like either one of these unless we were able to get a safer entry there.
But I think him and I were thinking that same thing, that was at the top, not there, so.
Okay.
I don't see any problem with that with fire.
Okay. Now that you understand what I was discussing, does that create any problems for, your applicant? Okay, thanks.
Lynn, go ahead.
Well, I guess my comment is, no, we're not ever gonna get it designed here this evening. Is there a way, I guess maybe David, from a sequence perspective, could we just continue this? Or do you need the appeal granted for additional work to happen? I guess I'm not clear just on a process.
Well, we've already prepared a resolution that sets forth, gives staff the discretion to go back at the site plan review stage, which just didn't have to go to the council. They'll work it out if the council approves the appeal, and if they have some problem, they'll come back. But the resolution right now, there's an alternative approval resolution with a condition of approval that they can do a deceleration lane or sweeping right in, subject to concurrence with the city engineer and working this all out. So, and that's all set up for being done at the staff level, which is what normally happens for site plan review. If they run into a problem, we'll come back to the council, but you can approve it tonight. They'll figure it out, and if there is a problem, we'll come back to the council, but it shouldn't be an issue. Based on what I'm hearing, I think they'll be able to work it out. I don't see an issue.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Drew.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, council members, my name is Rick Amarine, and I live here in Clovis. I'm a commercial real estate broker with Cushman & Wakefield here in Fresno. I've been in the business for about 40 years, all in retail commercial real estate, not residential, not industrial, all in retail. I've done many projects from ground up throughout the entire San Joaquin Valley. Lots of grocery store, drugstore. I've done a number of Walmart projects, Lowe's, Home Depots, and in every one of those centers, there's inline shop space as well as numerous pad opportunities. I believe really there's two main issues here, visibility and accessibility. And of course, the visibility being out on the street, that doesn't seem to be the problem, it's the other one. it's the accessibility. And in retail commercial real estate, being accessible is paramount to a successful center. It's paramount. It's very, very important. They need to be able to get in to the center conveniently as well as getting out. We've seen a lot of scenarios where there's retail properties that do have poor visibility, poor access, and they've stumbled. There's been a lot of turnover, and they've never really gotten their feet on the ground. So it's really important, very, very important. In many cases, tenants strictly work with the landlord in this kind of a situation, and they're not making enough money to make a go of it. And soon you have a vacancy, and then turnover starts. And the landlord, the developer, never achieves the rent or the percentage of lease up that he was planning on. It's always been, at that point forward, it's a problem property. And to turn it around takes years. It's not like residential real estate. Like it was already mentioned, there's numerous brokers that have already reached out to the owner, trying to lease space in there. And here we are towards the end of the construction period. We're getting close to it. And yet they still don't have any tenants. It's just like it's been mentioned before. It's the access. It's really important. This looks bad on the broker as well as the developer, but also I think the city needs to share in that too, because the layout being the access, we have to resolve that. That's just paramount. It's not the case that the city wins or the developer wins. We want to make sure that the tenant wins. Be a productive center for the long run. There's a lot of fast foods today that are experiencing a lot of growth, obviously because of COVID and because a lot of the sit-down restaurants are closed. Many of them are aggressively expanding right now throughout the San Joaquin Valley, because I'm dealing with numerous of them right now myself. But still, there's no takers on the two buildings that have the drive-thrus here at the center. The ones that are expanding have a lot of cash available. It's because they make good real estate site selections. They just don't make crazy deals. The site is paramount, and all the conditions that go with it take time to put together, and they're critical. They just don't make these kinds of deals haphazardly. It doesn't do anybody any good. And if we can resolve this, the access issue, it'd be a win for all. The broker, the developer, as well as the city. I'm done. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Amorin. Any questions for Mr. Amorin? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Any other member of the public wish to address council on this item? Sir? Yes.
So, my name is Puneet Bhargava, and I'm a real estate broker, and my office is right at Willow and Nice. So, I work with the Guarantee Real Estate, so which is right at Willow and Nice. So, I go there daily, and as soon as this is a very similar situation, like we go on like alluvial, so parallel is like Nice. So as soon as we are going north on Willow, for the Shell gas station and the Sonic, we just take a right turn. So this is very similar. Similarly, after like turning right, in case we leave that right, after just my office at Guarantee, there is another right, and which goes towards the O'Reilly automobile part shop. And similarly, if we go further, if I remember correctly, there is another right. If we just see opposite to this new development by Mr. Chandy, opposite to is like Chevron gas station. If we are coming from the Nice side and going south on Willow, before the Chevron gas station, there is a right turn, very similar to this. So I am talking about like equity. I'm not a road inspector like him, not a legal counsel. I will just speak like common sense. So there are like 3 instances where there are like similar axes. Another common sense point. So when we are going from like alluvial north on Willow, it's only an access point. If there are like 70 cars within a span of like 3-4 minutes, 7 or 8 cars move in for taking gas or for eating something. Suppose there was no development till the time about like 2-3 months back, there was no development, it was a straight road. So in case 70 cars are passing, those were going straight. Now 7 to 8 cars, 10 cars goes inside the complex. Then there is obviously less cars on the street, smoother traffic. One point. Other thing is, when a person or a business is spending millions of dollars in developing a project like this, that will obviously bring more money, more people, more employment, plus more steps means more dollar amount, means more revenue to the city. For successful running a business, it's the common sense. Again, I am not a traffic engineer. For successful running of any business, any place, access is always important. I will give you a weird example. Suppose anything catches fire. More access means more safety little bit, because at that some point of time, people can go out from numerous ways, and it will be a savior of life. So that is also one point. Plus, more thing is, in case it is just an access point to go in the complex, where there is like a gas station also, offices also, it obviously needs like more access for a successful business. Even if, and I am just talking like common sense, someone purchased the property and there was no drawing at that time to have like another access, but as the time changes, plans changes, that is called like, that is how the councils are there and cities are there to deviate from the plan, and the things changes. So ultimately, I believe he should be given one access here.
Thank you, sir. Any other member of the public wish to address council on this item?
Thank you, council members, Mayor Bessinger, Police Department, Planning and Engineering Department. Thank you all for your time and giving us a chance to speak here. As I think a few of you know, my name is Jay Work, original Clovidian from Clovis. Been here since 1993, and City of Clovis has always guided and advised us on how to do all of our businesses and developments while assimilating into the Clovis way of life. So today I bring you a family friend, Mr. Chandi, who's trying to do the same and come into Clovis and develop his thing. His shopping center and aid to our city's growth and also our citizens' well-being. He's a developer of the El Centro project on Willow and Louisville, as we discussed today. He's a stand-up citizen and has successfully developed aesthetically pleasing projects which add immense value to the neighborhoods in which they are erected and greatly serve the citizens. If you Google his portfolio, it's quite vast, and he's also an immigrant, started here from scratch, so we get along really well with our backstories of our parents. And he's always aided to the community. So his matter here is not to maximize just revenue potential aesthetically, and I'm coming here as a owner also of gas stations, of also hotels, different projects that can now attest to you how this will work, because we have them and we have them in Clovis. You have professional, you have Mr. Chandi here, you have the architects. If we look at the feasibility of this, at the end of the day, it is a convenience store. It is a gas station. It is in and out. The distances, everything meets it. In fact, I think based on everything that we've discussed, and we reviewed, egress and full-on access in and out could be granted, because there is no commitment with Fresno. Across the street, Chevron has 2 of them. If you go down to Valero, they have 2. And if you look at Spruce being going all the way through on the other side, they just added one on Fresno as well. So if you look at all of that, and if you add, like we were discussing with Councilmember Whalen, it does actually make a lot of sense. And if you let the things pile up at Daryl's, when they make a right and those cars are parked to make a left, fire trucks are going to have a hard time getting in. Where your gas station is your biggest risk at this corner. So if you have the access off of Willow, before it, the gas tanker will be, your fire trucks will be able to get in, your emergency vehicles will be able to get in and get directly to the gas station itself as well. In addition to that, what happens in vision sometimes when we plan it and we go through what's sold to us, what we sell off as developers sometimes, to what actually erects changes. As what they had originally bought into, to what they added, what changed, those are called site plan amendments, and we go through them all the time. With those amendments, sometimes come changes to traffic flow and increase in traffic in this case because of the type of store it is and the size it is. Those should be variables for us to consider. Hey, what was approved before to what is going to change now for approval to make this site plan viable and actually operate in a more smooth manner than what was presented. So my appeal to you guys is I don't even think we need to do the one way, we need to go full approach, and it actually works a lot better, a lot smoother. Bike lane goes straight, people know where to cross, people know where to get out, and it makes it much more aesthetically pleasing, and also for life safety makes it accessible easier. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thanks, sir. Any questions for Mr. Burke? Any other member of the public wish to address council on this item? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. May I take off my mask? Thank you. Thank you for those lovely comments. Appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and planning staff, I'm Peggy Sue Lane. I'm from Rancho Mirage, California, the Coachella Valley, the second breadbasket to the state of California. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be with all of you this evening and share a little flavor and context about my family. See, I'm the sister Nishater Shandi, and with us this evening is my niece Amandeep. It's a great pleasure to be with you, and I have so much pride and respect for my family because we come from very humble beginnings. We're farmers. 70 years ago, we started our farms in a small little town in UP in the state of Punjab in the northwest corner of India. We're Sikh. We love all, we serve all. It's the nature of who we are, it's what we do. We look for means to do the right thing for everyone, regardless of your background, regardless where you come from, regardless of your faith, regardless of your orientation. It's just how we navigate life. And so, as farmers, one of the things that we understand is that a successful harvest and a great yield is only possible with a committed work ethic and a willingness to begin even when the conditions aren't perfect. And that's what we did in April. We started, knowing that we needed to begin. It's what we do. And we also know that you adjust along the way, because that's what you have to do. Conditions constantly change, just as we see in development, just as we see in farming. We never know what's happening tomorrow. There was never an intent to change or manipulate the City Council. It was always with the faith and knowing that you would do the right thing and see that we're trying to do the same thing. In 1991, my brother, Nishater, who you'll hear from in a few moments, came to America for the American dream. And he did so to give all of us a better life. I will be forever grateful. When he first came to this country, the only job that he could get, the only person that would hire him was a gas station. And he pumped gas, and he changed tires, and he lived at the gas station, believe it or not. He slept there every single night, and he pocketed every single penny that he made. And 3 years later, he bought that gas station. And that was the foundation of our family, Shandi Group USA. It was his risk-taking. It was his coming here to this country, and it was him just tirelessly busting his hump to make sure that all of us had the American dream. And if you've looked him up, which I'm sure most of you have because he's everywhere on the internet, everything he's done has been for us and for our communities that we serve. And so you look back and you go, there's a man that made it. It's a phenomenal American dream, and I'm forever grateful for everything that he's done for us. That was the beginning of Shandy Group USA and my brother's dream to be an entrepreneur here in America and become an American citizen. From that day forward, my family has remained steadfast in growing our people we employ, our family, and our community. It's commonplace for us to give back. Normally, we do it quite silently. We see a need, we show up. Homeless shelter needs blankets. Mothers need baby formula, they need diapers. We show up. We don't ask for somebody to tap us on the shoulder. There's a lot of things that we do that are pretty evident to our community, but for the most part, we do it so that we give back without any looking forward for acknowledgement. But when we step into a community, something like Clovis, that really resonates with who we are and what we feel and what we believe about a sense of community, it's easy for us to lean in and recognize when there's a need. Tonight I heard a lot of pain points about certain neighborhoods and things that aren't necessarily great. We were gathering this evening, we met some families that had recently lost their homes due to the fires, and I wanted to just start bawling right then and there, because we're a part of this family and this community now, and it's our greatest desire to create a development where not only do people get in with ease and safety, but they can gather and grab the things that they need to do to get home to their families and to move their lives forward. It's what we do and it's how we do it. So now with more than 26 years experience in the gas station industry and over 500 employees and a development business, our family's made a commitment to be here in the Central Valley. Our first store was opened in Fresno, and we came over here to Clovis and said this is exactly where we want to be. So much so that we've bought a home. And one of our family members is here, and our second operation for Shandy Group USA will be domiciled right out of here as we continue to expand in the Central Valley. And we're very grateful to be here. Our decision to invest and to come to the city of Clovis was quite intentional. We chose the location based on our ability to add value, to create employment, and to better serve our community while staying close to our farming roots and allow us to prepare for the next generation to grow our family business. As I mentioned earlier, my niece Amandeep is here this evening, and it's really important that she has an opportunity to see how we grow the family business so that when she is married, she too can step into this business. My brother has always said that if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you go together. For him, it's all of us or none of us, and it's always been that way. It's cultural, and it matters to us, so much so that we gathered tonight as an entire family to come in and address you because none of us want to be left behind in your decision. We all want to make a plea and ask for your support because we believe that you want us to do well, and we want to do well by you. While our family has worked very hard and sacrificed a lot to know the American dream, we're never far from the lessons we first learned as farmers, nor our passion and focus to grow and give back to the people and the communities we serve. As farmers and business people alike, we know the perfect conditions rarely exist in the beginning, and adjustments and changes to plans are necessary to yield the best results. It's why we hired experts to help us. We know the responsibility of our commitment, and we're deeply passionate about delivering a development that not only yields the best results for us and our community, but does so with both safety and ease. It's with this in mind that we respectfully request your support for the additional access off Willow. You know, we're all in the service of others, and every single day we have an opportunity to meet somebody, and when we do so and we're going to do business with them, I think that fundamentally we all ask the same three questions. Can I trust you? Are you committed? Do you care about me? I can tell you that you can trust this family. We do the right thing. You know we're committed. We've bought a home here. We have a business in Fresno, and we will be opening up our new station here in the next month. And we deeply, deeply care about you, about this community, and our ability to contribute and give back. We're truly looking forward to working alongside all of you in the city of Clovis as we grow and enhance our community together. We sincerely appreciate your continued support and consideration for the success of our development, and we ask for your support for this access point. With that, I'd like to bring up my brother Nishater. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I can speak any Guardian like they did, because everyone, I believe, has an opportunity to go to school and college. This is the greatest country in the history because my school was under the tree, and that's where I graduated pretty much in India. So thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nishatar Singh Chandi. We just bought the house in beautiful city of Clovis. It's 1923 North Ryan Avenue. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone. Thank Mr. Mayor and thank the city staff. I tell you that I built a project in a number of cities. I got the best cooperation during the pandemic from the staff. They was doing the inspection as needed, even they with open heart. I mean, unbelievable. Hats off to everyone. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of our project, a project that is truly joint effort between my family, the community, and the beautiful city of Clovis. As my sister mentioned, I'm a farmer's son, and I'm currently living the American dream. I don't want to wake up. It's so beautiful. I have 4 beautiful children and my amazing wife, immigrated to this great country. She's from Mexico, and I'm from India. America has given me so much. I'm a blessed man. I love this country. I love the process here. Since our Constitution was written, multiple amendments have been added because these changes were necessary to benefit our great country. This is why I'm humbly requesting you to reconsider our proposal with an open mind, the addition of the driveway, not just right in and right out. I think it makes beautiful sense for the city and for everyone. This is the addition to the driveway will be a win-win for beautiful city of Clovis, for everyone, for the community's situation. Sometime an amendment just makes sense. It is a beneficial for Clovis community and for my family business. Clovis is a beautiful city, and I believe that we are following the American process to present this request to you and ask your fair consideration. I love this country. Truly, I love this country. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Chandra? Bob?
You know, I don't have a question for you, but I want to make a comment. First of all, I appreciate what it is that you had to say, but, you know, words can be pretty cheap. But what I see in when I drive by that location is the architectural theme and the way that you have truly cared about what your product looks like is coming across. So it's, I appreciate your words, but more importantly, I appreciate that you put some substance behind those words by making sure that that particular corner is going to look really good, regardless of whether you have the right in and right out. I can already tell it's a beautiful looking project, so
Thank
I want
you
to
so
let you know
much.
that.
Hey, Bob, to add to that, the C community, they love making things look good. You go to the new Regency Hall, you go inside. Yeah, that
there's reasons that we have agreements, whether it's the traffic agreement between Fresno and Clovis, or whether it's the regulations for shared entrances or comments from the staff. Staff are experts in their own right in their fields. They've made some recommendations of denial along the way for this. In fact, they've said no 3 times to this entrance, from the DRC to the SPR, and finally in the Planning Commission. So I don't think that there's really any gray area of, well, you know, we were kind of rushed into this and it wasn't our plan, or that staff just discouraged this idea. Staff said no, I think, is what everybody has stated and what the record shows from all of the areas up to the Planning Commission. So I think that the council really needs to take a look at the decision that's made today, make sure that they're comfortable with it being used going forward, and make sure that the council feels strong in stating that this could be an issue moving forward. So that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, Trevor. Any questions for Trevor? Lynn?
Trevor, is your interest or your point of view in this is just there's a process and this was the agreement? Is that the essence of your concern here?
Yeah, my concern is that I'm in the development business, and I know that there's a process for everything, and mostly people follow it. And that in this case, it seems like it's just being tossed to the wind, that we can come in at the end of a project here and get what we want. And I think that that's a really bad precedent to set. I don't think it's right. A lot of people adhere to the processes that are in place and work to find solutions that don't require coming to this point in the development process. Mm-hmm. Lily and myself and the building department people have worked out a lot of issues amongst ourselves without rising to the level of needing to come here. And I think that there's processes that work and that can be utilized before they get to here.
Trevor, I can't remember anything, apparently, calling Dirk back for one, but I can't remember anything. The access into your Chevron station across the street, you have access off of Willow and off of Alluvial?
Yes.
So you have 2 entrances into that,
Mm-hmm.
smaller for sure, but that center, okay, all right. Thanks.
And that was something that was done a long time ago. That store opened up in 1998.
Well, it's also in the city of Fresno.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so, you know,
so
it's
I was
there's
just
different
trying to-
circumstances
Yeah,
in regards to that.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Jose?
So, Mr. Bailey, here's what I'm hearing, that as a developer, if the general plan says this particular nice corner that could be commercial is zoned residential, we're stuck with it.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what I heard.
What I'm saying is that
We have to settle and not, if you own it or have some kind of, if you should somehow have control of that corner, it's done. There was a process done, the community came together, planners came together, and it was decided that this particular corner was gonna be residential. It was gonna be multifamily, as a matter of fact. It's gonna be affordable housing. But because you control it and you see commercial use that could be a better use, we should just say, okay.
this is a different situation.
How is it different?
This site is built already.
No,
If
it
you're-
wasn't.
It's built right now, if you go look at it.
They're building it. This particular developer.
Sure, but we're at the end of the process. If you get a general plan amendment, look at land, it's a due diligence discovery period. This is, I've built this building, this commercial center, and now I want something else. There is a process for everything, like we said. If you want to turn something from residential into a commercial, there's a process for that. But you don't just go build a retail center and then say, hey, I want to rezone this. So what I'm saying is, this is pretty far along for these big considerations to be done at this time, is what I'm trying to state.
So get it done before you build.
Yeah, that's what we do in our development process. We want to know everything that comes along. And the Chandi Group actually had a benefit. They started with the plan that was approved. If you start a development without knowing what could come up, then there's a little more leeway of, well, I didn't know this at first, but this group knew what they were getting into right from the beginning.
Okay.
Vaughn?
Just wanted to ask, from a business perspective, regardless of whatever the process is, are more access points better for a business?
Sure.
Okay. Now, the second question is, we have to adhere to these plans, but north of Alluvial to Nice, we did not. From Alluvial to Herndon, we did not. And so you're asking us now to adhere to it, even though we've never, as Councilman Whalen have said, right? We've never adhered to that plan. And so, but today is the day.
But not just to adhere to the plan, but to uphold what staff has recommended through 3 separate processes.
Okay.
You know, they've recommended, or they've denied in DRC, SPR, Planning Commission.
I agree with that.
So it's not just, well, there's this one document that nobody really uses, so that should be the basis. The basis is that this project has moved through multiple different channels of building. It's erected, it's built, and now is when it's
just to question, so this actual process you're seeing, we're bending over backwards, and they have violated our processes of when a SPR is denied, when a planning commission is denied, they should not have the ability to come to, I see it as they are just following the process as we laid it out, according to whatever it is, you know, late, early. If there's a date in which, okay, if it's 60% built, you cannot appeal, then I agree with you. But it can be where it's 99%, but they can still appeal. I think they're still within the process in which we
I think
created.
everybody's got the right to bring these issues here.
Okay.
But I think that the council should really look at what's been stated and what's been decided by staff along the way to this point.
I agree with that.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Beal? Does anybody else in the audience wish to speak to this item?
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. My name is Munish Gai, and I am a local real estate broker here in Fresno and Clovis area. Being in real estate, I have learned one thing: location, location, location. And the second thing is the highest and best use of the property. If this property doesn't have the access, what Mr. Chandy is referring to, this property is not going to do well. And as you understand, a lot of businesses are not doing good at this time. Giving this access, bringing more franchises to the city of Clovis will bring more jobs and more revenue to the city. So I just request the city to please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guy. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good evening, all. My name is Taj Randhawa. I work with the RE/MAX Corp, and I've been a real estate agent from last 16 years, and I've been in the retail business. So I met Mr. Chandy a few years back, and we became a friend over the time, and we made some deal also together. I was the one actually a few years back recommended him to come and invest in Fresno area. And he asked me the reason, and I gave him a lot of reason, because I'm from here, so I have seen his other project. Those are beautiful project. Wherever he has built a beautiful project, bringing a lot of local revenue for the people over there, creating a job for the people over there. And that thing was in my mind, and I always wanted him to come and invest in this area. He listened to it, and thanks to Mr. Chandy for that. And he bought that land, and he has also opened recently, I think this year in the beginning in February in Fresno, and he's planning on a few more locations. But we need to actually encourage these kind of developer, investor, business people to come and invest in our area, Central Valley, where we need these kind of people, which can help us in creating a job for the local economy, help in local economy and create a job, and plus bring more revenue to the city also. And everyone has discussed about the issues about that. I don't want to go to that further, but I think it's for the convenience of the shopper and the people, customer, it's better to have a proper access to that area. Last thing I want to add that Mr. Chandy has been requesting me from last 6, 7, 8 months to help him in bringing a tenant, a good franchise for the store building. And I've been looking around, I've been talking to several franchisees, and this issue is coming up as a drawback. And when they like the location, they like everything, but when they see the plan, they highly get discouraged. So I'm here to just support the project that it should be granted, proper access should be granted. That's all I have to say for tonight, and good night.
Thank you, sir. Any other member of the public inside chambers wish to address council on this item?
Hello, sir, council members. From Clovis, Realtor with Remax Gold, Harpreet Deol. We are developing one, it was a commercial zone property. We are changing to residential, making a multi-unit. So the only opposition I heard is it cannot be changed or the process. So this is the part of the process, like you said. And in the beginning, what he said that the target, maybe that was a bigger project, they got granted more access. So this is when they came in or when they bought it, it was a smaller project. Now, when they add it, it's a bigger and nicer project. So this should grant it, access. It will good for the business. Plus, with all the things happening, we need something positive in Clovis or, in everywhere. So across from them, it's the same traffic, same Willow, same everything. They have access, 2 point of access. This should, grant it without disturbing the traffic, is going smoothly. They're giving up their land to make, so he's, I think, covered it, and the down storage, when you're covering more, cars get stuck. I'm just saying, is the only opposition I heard is the process. So this is part of the process. So they are not doing anything wrong, even till the end. You can change, you can amend it. And we're doing 2 projects. We're changing on the way, and change is supposed to happen for the benefit of people or for business or everything. So if change is happening for the good, it should be, be granted. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else in chambers wish to address council on this item? Seeing none, do we have anyone on the web?
There are none.
Mr. Clerk, did we get any written correspondence on this?
Nothing beyond what you have in your packet. You have the letters of support and letters of opposition.
Right. Okay. I will close public comment and come back to the council for discussion and action. Lynn?
I have a question, and I don't know if it's a question for staff or Dirk on behalf of the applicant. What's in my mind, I'm trying to get the timing exactly. So acquired the property, acquired the layout, et cetera. Somewhere along the way, you wanted to build something more. Trying to figure out how we got from wanting to build something more to today just trying to get this additional driveway. What's the calendar of that event? I guess, why didn't we do this a long time ago when you decided to build something bigger? I'm just trying to get the chronology in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you again, Tony Maryhughes, CFO, and yes, 1031s do happen, and you do have to find the property fast, even though you may have decided you want a certain area or city. The timeline when we actually acquired the property was late November last year before, and we did not have any presentation or anything to start looking at the property or do anything with the design until about May.
November of 18 then?
18.
Okay.
And in May of 19 is when we started working on our plans for development on the property, and Mr. Shandy had visited the site, saw the possibilities.
Okay.
And it was from probably mid-May, I'd have to go back and look, that our staff started reaching out and started communicating with Lily and the planning department about just making changes. So between May and about July is when we were working on our site plan changes.
Okay.
And I will tell you that in July, when staff came back to us and said that they cannot support the additional driveway, Mr. Shandy actually said, and I'm not saying this to bite us here, but he said, you know what, we've done what we can, you know, we're gonna have to work with it. And that's when we were working with our franchise, ARCO, and with national tenant chains. And we started hearing all the questions and all the concerns about the site access. So Mr. Shandy said, and it was probably, I don't remember when, but sometime late last year, we need to go back to planning and we need to talk to them. Fast forward, COVID hit. So we did not get our official request in until this past May to say, hey, we still need a driveway. And yes, we did start our development because COVID happened, and I had a construction crew that had already been ready to work. So we said, we'll keep the crew on, we've got the site ready to go, we'll get started, and we will continue to communicate with staff.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob, you know, when I look at what's before us, what we have are 4 findings that the staff has to present in order for us to move forward. Finding 1, I thought they met. Finding 2 is where they were probably stuck, and finding 3 and 4, I would assume that it was okay too. But finding 2, though, is with regards to the development code. It just encourages, so it doesn't say you can't, it encourages it. And then that encouragement is relied upon with our access plan. Now, I'm one in which if I am an applicant and I go up to government, I must rely on what government has in writing, not what government thought or what government, you know, discussed, because that makes planning very difficult. And then the access plan to me has a lot of flaws. It's not signed. It wasn't really adhered to. We have very poor recollection of how we applied it. And so because of that, I feel that that's unfair to people who want to be here to do something based upon documents that we have. So if the document was accepted and the council said, yes, it is an access plan, which we've heard and we will always acknowledge it, then the reason to not adhere to it is if there was some unique or extenuating circumstance, okay? I say the access plan doesn't work, okay? So it breaks it, so I find that they met all 4 findings. But let's say that it does. Is there a unique or extenuating circumstance here? And so I look at it and go, of course there is. With Daryl's mini storage, the length from the street to where it enters is about 50 feet only. So if cars are coming in, cars coming out, and if cars are stacking going into Daryl's, because this is open all the time, maybe there's no stacking all the time at Daryl's, but because the access is all the time to this center, 2,500 trips, we don't even know the number of trips to sort of what goes into Daryl's. Those numbers aren't added, but it may not be huge, but it's still a potential. I feel that what is presented helps and resolves that. But not only that, we actually told them, if the council should agree, you should make a deceleration lane and put an entrance in. So they did exactly what we told them. And then tonight we go, well, I'm not sure too. Okay, we still got to go look. Okay, so what is it? It just keeps changing. We can't do that. I think they went above and beyond by just doing a right only. It should have been a right in, right out. And I like what one of the brokers said. Now the sidewalk is straight, and so it's no diagonal. So if it's right in, right out, that sidewalk could be made straight, and it's safer for traffic going up. Now there's less worry about traffic coming from on top because they're already in. So the only other way to go in is from alluvial. So if you're already going in here, there's no other traffic coming up there unless you're the one who forgot to see the entrance. Okay, and then you would turn back. It's safer for our fire because then it would create it. I like Councilmember Whalen's suggestion in which we build that median out a little bit And so that way they actually, there's no flowing traffic up and down, sort of that frontage. They have to go around. And so, but I do like an in and out, right? Not the restaurant, but the entrance and exit there. I think that is ideal, and that's what I would come back to and approve, which was, I think, the original application before us, because I think I worry about that exit up there. If we only go in, now everyone's going. If it stacks, they're stuck. If it doesn't stack, they still go forward, but it can only hold a couple cars for it to only be a ride out. And so because of that, this allows them to also exit at this entrance. So I'm all for an inlet and outlet right there. Let me see. The other thing in which a council can consider is commercial success. We have to take that into account when we look at these projects. We can't just go, adhere to it, try to survive if you want to. Now, if it makes it you are more successful, I'm all for that too. That helps me decide going, yeah, if it improves you, several $100,000, $1 million a year, good for you, good for us. And so let's allow that access so that way you have the best chance of success. And if you should sell it, it's sellable. And then if you should keep it, it's marketable to other tenants who will come into that area. Let me see. My last point is, thank you to, I forgot the young ladies, and then Mr. Chandy, your sister. I just know you. Yeah, you speak so eloquently, and thank you for actually just allowing us, when we do our job, to step back a little bit and to go, America is great. This is a great process. This is how it should be. Us sitting up here listening to you, but then to be reminded of that, to hear, that immigrant story of it doesn't have any way into, what we're deciding, but it's kind of like a good commercial, right? You see a good Budweiser commercial, you're kind of, oh, it's great. And I thank you for that. And I appreciate the fact that you are going to invest here in Clovis and that you have moved here. And it shows that you are committed and you have skin in the game. And so that's where I am. I'll wait to see what my fellow council members say, and then we'll go from there.
Robert?
Because Vong and I are lower in stature here, I think we have to go first. So my position hasn't changed related to the priority being safety. And I don't think that either one of the entries here is particularly safe as presented. So I'm open to the idea of staff working with the developer in order to figure out how to make that, if we're going to be allowing that that right turn entry in there, or maybe even a right in, right out. I just want it to be safe. And I think we've got an opportunity to look at some of the other projects that we've approved in the city of Clovis. Specifically, I think that Shell and Sonic is a good example for us. I want staff to know that I am thankful for pushing us to stick to the agreement. And Trevor, you as well. I mean, when you guys were speaking, that is so valuable to me, because I think that if we learn to stick to agreements, then I am of the opinion that businesses will flourish because they know what they're getting into when they purchase a particular property. There's an expectation. The expectation is going to be met. They don't have to take additional risk, and everybody in the neighborhood knows what to expect. So I think in this case, though, we blew it several times, and I don't mean the staff. I think the council, and I own that, between Herndon and Nice, we've created all kinds of exceptions to whatever agreement we had with the city of Fresno. What I want is for this to be safe. So if you guys think that you can work with them in order to make an entry or an entry and exit kind of at that midway point before the Daryl's mini storage, great, go for it. I look at the alternative approval resolution, that's not recommended by staff, I think is how it's titled. And I don't think that we're really approving the site plan review, but it seems as though that's kind of how this resolution reads, so I wanted to get some clarity on that. I know that 7A and, 7A kind of addresses the issue of kind of an opportunity to work with city staff, but I'd like to have a better idea of an expectation when it turns out that you feel as though the applicant has not done enough in order to make the entry and exit safe. I presume then at that point, even though we've approved the site plan review, we're going to have some difficulty saying, well, we've approved the site plan review, but we don't like what it is that they have come back with as a safe proposal. So how are we supposed to resolve that conflict if we approve this second resolution that's not recommended by staff?
Well, I think there's enough flexibility in that 7A that they'll be able to work it out. And if they can't, then we'll have to come back to the council.
Okay.
But I think there's enough flexibility in there, and I tried to design that language, working off what city engineer had in the staff report and the proposals that came in to give that flexibility. And based on everything I heard today, I think that's gonna, I don't see why that wouldn't happen. But if it didn't for some reason, we'd have to come back to the council.
Okay.
I think it would work.
All right, I appreciate you saying that. In light of that, I'm just going to go ahead and make the motion at this time just to maybe move things along, but it doesn't mean I don't want to hear from others. I'm going to move that we approve the resolution that is not recommended by staff, if that makes sense, because that's how it's titled. Okay, good.
I'll second that, but can I get clarity before?
Sure.
7A talks only about a right-in driveway, and I would love to strike that language and actually just talk about a driveway. So that way, if it is only a right-in driveway, fine, but if it's potentially can work as a right-in, right in, right out, are you open to that? So that it gives the most flexibility, because this limits it where it's only a right-in driveway.
The other thing, number C, I think gives that flexibility. Right. We could clarify it, but I think C gives you that clarity, which says any alternative engineering solution approved by the city engineer. If you give that direction, that if that's going to work, with the city engineer determines it's safe, then I think you can plug it in under C. If you want additional clarity, we could do that, but I think you can plug it in under C.
I think too, Bong, just to your point, is that it says this may be accomplished through a sweeping right-in driveway. I don't.
And it says alternatively as the next part. So yes, I agree with you.
Okay.
So I'll take my comments back.
Okay.
Since David, thanks for the clarity. And I'll second that.
Jose?
My comments probably don't matter anymore, but I'm glad there's a motion.
We're going to make them anyway.
I'm going to make them anyway. Anyway, so I never admit fault, so we haven't blown it. As a council, we've, No. In Clovis, I always like to brag on Clovis. Your family did a great job by coming to Clovis. Thank you for being here. We welcome you. Because in Clovis, what I like to say, we're big enough to have all these professionals that take care of us, but we're still small enough, we're flexible. And that's what I think we as a council have done in managing or guiding our city. That yes, we do have general plans. We have all these documents that says what we should do. But like I like to remind my fellow council member that's way out there, is that even, and it was said here in testimony, even the greatest document of this nation, our Constitution, can be amended. So anything can be amended. Therefore, so we haven't made mistakes. We haven't blown it. We as the 5 members of this council, not always a 5-0 vote, have seen the wisdom of modifying things based on the realities on the ground, based on the needs of our city. And today, I think we're doing the same thing. It's not that we're acquiescing to somebody's pressure. It's that we see what's on the ground. It makes no sense to have one north access, and that's it for a project like this. We got to find a solution. I think the motion is a great motion. The experts can find the solution and the developer, and I hope it's a good solution that everybody can live with, because Clovis is flexible. I think our staff just needs that direction from the council that yes, this particular project, so it can be successful, so it can be marketable, needs this kind of special touch, because we're not losers. And we're not losers.
I appreciate the comments, and my only concern with this is the safety aspect. My concern of putting a right turn in, right turn out at that intersection instead of just a sweeping right, you're going to have people coming northbound on Willow at the speed limit of 45 plus. You're going to have a right turn out of there with no acceleration lane very close to another intersection where you're going to have right turns and no acceleration lane. I'm concerned, and obviously that's something staff will work through, but my concern is that we're going to have two right turn lanes into a fast moving traffic lane, and that could be a safety issue. And the other thing is, we have an agreement with the city of Fresno. They have not done much in the way of development on the west side. I'm certain that they'll be coming to us. I'm sure they'll probably end up doing the same thing we're doing tonight and considering these changes. I see a sweeping right turn as in the spirit of the intent of the document, because it doesn't change, in my mind, it still doesn't change the access. We have a motion. We have a second.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, absolutely.
To your point, doesn't really matter at this point. I think just a couple of things. I think two things can be true at the same time. I think the process does matter 100%, and I think there are some times where there needs to be an exception for reasons that we can't, that maybe we can't imagine. I think in this case, we made a tiny mistake. I think that north access wasn't a great idea to start with. When you look at the schematic and how close it is to the keypad for Daryl's Mini Storage, it's not the best idea ever. So in some ways, I feel like we need to remedy and it doesn't, it's not anybody's fault. I just think in the moment it seemed like the right idea. So I think because I think that is not the best use, I think we are obligated to find something else. So to staff's perspective. I also agree with Vong. It's in the city's interest for this to be successful. It is not in our interest to have it sit empty. That is not actually I'm sorry to hear that there's not a single tenant. So that's not in anybody's interest, your family's interest, and certainly not in the city of Clovis. So I just want to say that. The only thing I would comment, maybe we need to kind of ratify this agreement with Fresno, because Vaughn, what you just said, now then lets any developer who wants to develop along Willow do whatever they want, because you said we have no recollection, we have no signed document, we've done it 100 times, so you've really given permission in that language that anybody could ask for anything because we don't have anything in writing. So I do think we need some ratification, because we're not going to be happy if Fresno does it on every other location where we aren't. That's not going to make us happy. So I do think maybe there needs to be a revisiting with the city of Fresno. Is this what we agreed? Because now, to your point, you counted 9 access points from Herndon to Nees. We've clearly not kept that up for sure. So I do think we probably, as a policy matter, ought to clean that up a little bit, because otherwise it will happen all the way down Willow to halfway to Fryan. So anyway, with that being said, I will say that I was not in support of this when I came in, so I'm glad I didn't talk to you. I'm just kidding. But I'm in favor of it now. So.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, right? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Consider approval of a resolution, adoption of the City of Clovis 2019-2020 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, CAPR, for expenditure of community development block grant funds. Andy is our presenter. Andrew.
So, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight I'll be presenting to you the annual performance and evaluation report for the expenditure of community development block grant funds. So the quick process for this is that we develop a report for HUD. This is put out for a 15-day public review period, and tonight we're holding a public hearing to authorize adopting the report. Here's a quick spreadsheet of the projects and the progress that are being reported to HUD. Made a lot of progress this year and completed a lot of projects. In addition to this, we also, during the year, did a lot of work with our Shingles Meals program. That was part of the COVID allocation of CDBG funds, as well as the beginning of the COVID emergency housing payment program. Here's a couple of pictures of some of the work that was completed during the time with our home rehabilitation grant program. This allowed a resident to have access to their home that otherwise could not, and this was in partnership with Habitat for Humanity. This is a restroom that was redone in a dilapidated home. We also do capital projects such as a redo of an alley. This is a Helm and Ashland before and after, just to show you some results of that project. I'm learning the buttons here, hold on. There we go. I think it's just a slightly different angle. Same alley though. These projects have proven really important to the safety of the area, accessibility by public safety, and great for just the appearance for the residents. We also have our area-based policing program, which responded to 2,853 calls for service during the year. This was a wide variety of issues that they dealt with, but it also addresses any concerns and neighborhood deterioration. And staff recommends adopting the 2019-20 Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. If you have any questions, I am available.
Thank you, Andy. Any questions for Andy? Bob.
Andy, always an excellent report, and please tell, is it Heidi? Mm-hmm. Yeah, for her management of this. I hope I think it's exciting if you can, next time we'll share about, we're helping 10 people get homes, and it'd be neat to kind of see how many, where they are and how we've helped them, because with that $1 million home grant, because I think that, like we kind of said last time, it really lifts people out of poverty when they own a home now. And it's just an excellent program that we do, and to help 10 families, that's great. Yeah. The CDBG program, we don't do down payment assistance with because it's not allowed. We use state funds for that, and we include those in other reports, so we can come back to you with to formally report on those.
Andy, I'm really happy to see that before and after alley picture. As a corporal working that area, and when you have alleys that look, when the alley invites people to dump their furniture and all their trash, they're more than happy to do it. And if you have an alley that looks clean, people will go find another location to dump their mattress. So I'm very glad to see that. Anyone in the council chambers wish to address council on this item? Seeing none, do we have anybody on the web?
None.
Mr. Clerk, do we get any correspondence on this, do we?
No.
Okay, this is a motion item.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We have no correspondence, I'm assuming. Administrative items, council items. Consider approval of a resolution, a request from Torrance City Council member Mike Griffiths regarding a request for the Clovis City Council to approve a resolution in support of California Citizens for Local Control. Luke is our presenter. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. First off, a couple of clarity things. There's a little bit of inconsistencies in the staff report. The agenda and the top of the staff report says staff is recommending approval. If you read the recommendation, we're just asking you to consider this request. We're not necessarily recommending approval. So council, a couple weeks ago, received email from a council member from Torrance. He has started a group, California Citizens for Local Control. It appears at this point to be mostly centered down in the South Santa Monica Bay area. They refer to it as South Bay, not to be confused with San Jose. It's Torrance, Linwood, Redondo Beach, that area. And it is they have started adopting resolutions defending local control on land use planning. That's a significant issue in the state as we see some of the housing legislation moving through. Staff has, in your package, you have the mission statement for this organization. Our mission is to spread awareness and enlist support to ensure cities can continue to manage their own land use and zoning issues. Likewise, we also have had the League of Cities mission statement, mission and history. The mission statement for the League of Cities is to expand and protect local control for cities through education and advocacy to enhance the quality of life for all Californians. Right now, the organization, the California Citizens for Local Control, that was you're solicited to sign a resolution for, it's just a grassroots effort. I am not aware of any other cities outside of that area that have signed on yet, and it is certainly consistent with our council stated policies of wanting local control. Not sure how much difference it makes, you know, compared to the league. And we did reach out to the league, and they never got back to us on if they saw any problems with this or anything. But it's something for council to consider. Since it wasn't on the agenda the last time, we briefly discussed it after you'd all received the email. We're bringing it back for your consideration, and that's my report.
Thank you, Luke. Any questions for the city manager? Oh, don't see any.
I do have
Go ahead, Jose.
Most of these cities involved, aren't they like landlocked, and so local control for them is it's a bigger issue than it is for us, where we have some raw land still around us?
Yes, these are the cities that really are south of LAX. Some of them are coastal cities, but they are completely built out and surrounded by other cities on all sides.
Kind of surprised you didn't hear back from the league. I mean, is that unusual, or,
I think the league's really busy right now with all the local agencies that are really tied up with between COVID and then fires all over the state. I think that this is kind of on the back burner. Plus, they're trying to figure out how they're going to do their virtual conference.
Yeah. I feel like we've been pretty good supporters of the league. I wouldn't want to do anything that is really an emerging organization who wants to take over the league's role. I can't tell. I don't know anything about that.
Well, and you never know what the long-term plan is.
Right.
I think it would be a steep uphill climb for anybody to take over the league. But I do know that maybe not so much on the full league policy decisions, but some of the committees sometimes, they support things that are not necessarily local control. So that may have led to some of this. I don't know. That's just pure conjecture on my part. But you know, there's no dues for this. There's no significant organization. They're just asking for a resolution.
Jose.
So it doesn't seem like mutiny. It doesn't seem like some kind of group that wants to secede from the league.
That's what I wonder. Yeah.
Because the league, that's what the league stands for. And these are more affluent cities, coastal cities, landlocked cities that I think aren't getting the representation that the league is supposed to give them, because they do have other cities that do not believe in those other values anymore and are doing some strange things.
So I don't know. I don't have any indication at this time that they really plan on becoming a significant split off from the league. That's not the impression I get, but this is still very early in this organization's beginning.
Bond.
I like what they're trying to do, and I think that if we can align ourselves with cities who will speak to similar values, I don't know how expansive this goes into, but in my 1 year on that environmental, that is nothing like Clovis. Okay, and so, you know, you went in there, but it seemed...
His eyes get wide as he describes.
Yeah, no, it just seems so much pressure, everyone's saying it. You're the only one, maybe one other guy from Palm Springs, and that's it. And it made it seem like you didn't care about the environment if you ever questioned anything. And so, you know, I just wish there was something in which cities who did share similar values can have a stronger voice or can identify. Maybe you guys have been in it longer, so you kind of know, okay, if it's from these towns, you can kind of align. So for that, I like it. I just don't like it in the sense that if they're doing this, you write over here on your logo, California Cities for Local Control, and then you put in your missions and statement, California Citizens. You know, it's like, that kind of stuff bugs me. Because it makes it you're not careful, right? You're starting something new, and then that means it may be a waste of our time too, because they're just not that tight yet.
Lynn, your light's on? Oh. Jose, local control is important. It looks like the mission statement of this group is consistent with what our values are. When they are not consistent with our values, and we just walk away. But this is, I think and who knows, maybe we can gain some traction up here for this group, and this could be a good thing. I don't see a downside myself.
You worry that it talks about potential legal action and whatnot? Or are they just talking? Possible legal action against the state, that sounds expensive. Ballot initiative to legislate the desired results. I mean, is that just maybe they're dreaming about what they might do at some point?
I don't have all the answers. This is an elected request to electeds. Staff can only provide so much.
And you gotta love elected officials.
Staff can only provide so much input on this.
A little bit.
I don't want to say anything that sounds disparaging, but it seems a little amateurish. That maybe it's a knee-jerk reaction, that something happened there locally, and they're like, you know, hey, we got to band together and start this group but it could also be a long-term dissatisfaction with some of the things that Councilman Malatu has seen on the committee, where some of the decisions are I think sometimes some cities take the opinion, well, if the state forces me to do it, then I don't have to explain to my constituents why I'm doing something they don't want.
And the league's not fighting the state. That's the problem that some electeds are seeing. Some cities are seeing that, and so the league has lost focus too. So I see it as that's the movement I see it. So, but it's without our due diligence on these people, who they are, I think it's premature. I mean, because it might be a group we want to link with eventually, but
we could hold off until after League of Cities.
Yeah, we got to find out who they are, do our due diligence, find out who they really are, and are they people we really want to pal around with? So.
Because we surely don't have a lot in common with Rancho or Palos Verdes Estates and Rancho. I mean, I can't quite imagine that in a league meeting we would be like. If I agree with you, I think we need a little more homework on them. I mean, nothing ventured, nothing gained. They'll take our resolution in 2 months versus today. So I agree with Joe. Maybe you'll learn something at the league virtual meeting, and you might pick up a little chatter about what it is, or.
None of it's talking about what we need to talk to that.
Okay,
maybe
so.
you can call into a meeting and talk to us.
Sure.
He can do it on the web. We can chat about it. Let's hear what he has to say. Invite him.
So we're going to table this. That's our thought.
Well, I think we need to, I had some comments, I didn't have any questions, but I can wait on my comments until after the public portion is done.
We already said you were wrong, so you don't have any more.
I'm afraid if I say anything, then Jose's gonna say something like, I'm a loser.
You were wrong?
Again.
That's already happened, Bob.
Again, wrong
At
again.
least Dirk isn't here to call me, wrong.
If we're done with the discussion, we'll take this to the public. Does any member of the public wish to address council on this item? I see no one in chambers. Anyone on the web?
No.
What, Mr. Clerk, was there any written correspondence?
No.
Okay, so we'll come back for further discussion or action.
I'd like to be recognized, Mr. Mayor.
Robert William?
We recognize you, believe us.
Okay, so, I think that this is a pushback against the League of California Cities. I don't know if this is trying to take over the League of California Cities, but I think they're trying to communicate something to the League of California Cities, that they're not being responsive to those of us who believe that the league should focus on local control. So there is some value, I think, in this resolution, but I would agree that it's premature, because I think that Vong, with his talent for spotting things on pages 434 and a half, was able to see that there is an error there, which shows probably a lack of care that we want to see in any organization that we want to join our name to. So anyway, I agree with the idea of waiting until after. So let's postpone it till what, October 5th? You want to do that, or you just want to table it until?
Let's put it off till sometime in November.
Okay.
I think it's the 7th to the 9th, I think, is league.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So let's put it off till November 2nd. When's Veterans Day? The 11th? All right.
11.
November
11th
2nd.
day, the 11th hour, the 11th month.
November 2nd then. Continue to then.
We need a motion,
So moved.
You don't need a motion, because
Oh.
it's not in both
Okay.
hearing or
Well,
anything.
you have,
Very
if
good.
you want.
I just do want to say for the record that speaking on behalf of staff, I was quite happy to see Councilman Montua's focus on somebody else besides staff's error on page 438.
Well, I have an error in the next letter, so we're kind of on a roll. We're kind of on a roll.
Okay. Okay, we're moving to the workshop, for the city of Clovis to conduct a workshop to discuss the impact on ongoing city operations during the COVID-19 state of emergency as declared by the federal government, state of California, county of Fresno, and city of Clovis, and to explore actions the city may take in response to the crisis. Item 15 is consider request from the city and county of Fresno to add the city of Clovis as a signatory on a letter to Governor Newsom urging the reopening of restaurants and committing the city to use code enforcement to enforce guidelines for operating restaurants to ensure compliance with state and county guidelines. And I'll go ahead and start this. I was having conversations with people in the restaurant industry about the reopening. I know there's an ad hoc group who's put themselves together to advocate for the opening of restaurants on October 1st. In fact, I was at a rally today and spoke on that. But I learned that both Lee Brand and Buddy Mendez were going to be signatories on a letter to the governor requesting that the governor expedite the reopening of our restaurants. I had 3 conversations with Lee and I think 2 conversations with Buddy about this. Lee sent me a copy of the letter, which was fairly matter of fact, quite frankly. There's no barbs in here. It's, it's fairly, fairly to the point. But in the email, they mentioned an expectation of code enforcement, which which raised my eyebrows. And so I shared it with the city manager, and I called one other council member. I called Bob about it and asked him for his opinion on it. I think we saw the same thing. I did have a conversation with Lee, I want to say it was Saturday morning, and I told him that our concern was an expectation that we were going to do code enforcement in the manner that at least publicly, the manner that the city of Fresno has been doing theirs. And I said I can't see us doing that, but I needed to come back to the council to have this conversation because our policy and practice has been where we will deal with this egregious situations. Otherwise, it is a responsibility of state and county to enforce their own edicts. This letter has already been sent, so the point, quite frankly, right now is moot. But I think, and quite frankly, I think writing a letter to the governor on this, I don't know if it's a waste of postage. I think he's going to do paper. He's going to do what he's going to do. I think we are headed very soon, and hopefully maybe when Luke gives us the numbers, we'll have a little better feel for the trends. I think we're headed for a high noon here pretty quickly with the restaurants and some of the businesses who are just going to say, you know what, I'm going to pay my bills, come get me. And I don't know. It's so the issue with the letter is kind of moot unless we as a group want to create our own and send it. But there we are.
So that only mentions the Fresno City and County, right?
Right. It doesn't.
We're not in on it.
We are not in on this. And as soon as I saw the code enforcement part, that's when I went, hold on. And either way, based on the timing of it, we were meeting tonight. There is nothing here that is on fire. There was no exigency for us to move forward. Anyway.
I agree. I don't think, nothing, this is not gonna change one thing, not one thing. I do wanna point out, can I point out the typo though? I really want to.
I didn't see it. Go.
It's not a typo. It's in the second to last paragraph where it says, you have been faithful to your promises. We are respectively asking. It's actually respectfully. So I would just think if we should send a letter, we should get the word right.
Well, no.
I feel better.
Not necessarily. They're respectively, they're both asking.
Oh, I thought they meant respectfully.
Am I wrong? Is my English wrong here?
No, we are respectively. I see what you're saying, like 1 and 2, like
right. That's what I think.
I thought it was supposed to be respectfully. We are respectfully asking you continue to. It doesn't matter. You're not going to send it, but
well, we are respectively asking. Wow, that hurt.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I would have to.
No, we're not in the business of enforcement. Therefore, we're not in the business of creating orders.
Listen, if I was gonna say something, it would not be very complimentary to the city of Fresno.
Go ahead.
No.
Now, Bob's already been wrong tonight. He doesn't want to be wrong twice.
That's right.
And that was part of my point to Lee in my conversation with Buddy. It's like the DA's not filing it. The point is moot. I actually think that some of the other cities are starting to gravitate towards our attitude towards this. I think that from my conversations with some of the restaurant businesses and some of the people in the industry, I think they may have overplayed some of this and alienated them. I did have a conversation with one restaurateur and said, we'd love to have your restaurant in Clovis. And so, you got to take those opportunities when you can get them. But I understand, you know, Lee is trying to get his city back going, and I think from the conversation that we had, he feels he has maybe, I don't know, relationship is probably the wrong word, but he has at least to have a conversation with the governor, and he would be treated as a equal and willing partner. So I think that is something that's good. I just don't, my lack of trust in the state government at the moment isn't real good, so.
I think he felt, I forgot what it was, something happened and he called the governor, and then not long after the governor did whatever that was. I think he felt like he might have some.
Yes, it was specifically about point of sale, taxing, and there was some movement that was helpful, at least for the city of Fresno. So any further discussion? Do we have anybody online? Lee had mentioned that he's probably asleep now. I am almost myself. Yeah, that's right. So I think we let this sit, because the point's moot at the moment. This really is something that should have gone to COG.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, like, it's too bad that they.
And for all I know, we have a COG meeting Thursday. For all I know, this may come up.
But COG is transportation, COG is not this. And so that's a misuse of COG.
As you know, they get these.
But I know they do, but.
Well, I think there's any number of people who will fight to second on this, if you know what I mean. Anyway, I'm sorry. Luke?
Okay, moving on to this is the data supplied to us by Fresno County on the number of COVID cases in Clovis. As you can see, we're down from our spike, still relatively elevated, keeping in mind that the last reported number is not for a full week, so it really should be ignored. This is the deaths by week in Clovis. You know, we only had one for a long time, and then it spiked up. It does seem to be trending down, which is a good thing. This is the Fresno County hospitalization and ICU rates. They are definitely trending in the right direction. The hospital, total hospitalized is down significantly from its peak, down to, you know, less than half of what its peak was and close to a third of what its peak was, or maybe even less than a third. So that's a very good sign. This, again, is a reminder of where Fresno falls in the roadmap or blueprint for reopening. Fresno is still currently in the widespread tier. The data that was reported a week ago, or a week ago tomorrow, last Tuesday, showed that Fresno had 7.5 cases per 100,000 population. The threshold is anything more than 7, but that's a big drop. I think we were at 12.8 the week before, so this is a very significant drop. The positivity rate in Fresno County is down to 6.2%, which is below the threshold for the widespread, but they take your worst case. If you're above in tier 4 in one and tier 3 in the other, well, you're in tier 4. So now again, this data was reported a week ago tomorrow, so tomorrow new data will be coming out, and based on this graph, this shows just the number of day-over-day new cases. You can see it has significantly dropped because the data reported, on the last graph was in this zone, and it's come down some more. So there's a very real likelihood, maybe I'm just being optimistic, that we could see ourselves in the numbers of tier 3 either this week or next week. Now, once we get there, we have to stay there for 2 weeks before you officially move to that tier. But that would be some welcome news. So this is the number of cases in Fresno, new cases, significantly down, which is a very good thing. And then this is the day-over-day new deaths. Now, it is trending down. It is still higher than we'd like, but when you see a spike in cases, it takes 2 or 3 weeks for it to become a death. So you would expect this to lag behind the new cases. So while we don't have any guarantees, we are definitely trending in the right direction. We could very well see ourselves in Tier 3 for the county here in 2 or 3 weeks, which would mean that restaurants could open at 25% capacity, and so could nail salons. Speaking to the enforcement issue, we don't want to be out there being responsible for enforcement, especially when it comes time to deciding are they at 25% occupancy or 30%. It's just going to be a lot harder to really police it when it gets to that. And I think we are taking the right tack to staying out of that fight. And then the last comment related to COVID is, did the air smell fresher to you in here? Today is the first day we had our needlepoint bipolar ionization system working in the council chamber. So it is a needlepoint bipolar ionization, yeah, that's it.
Sounds like a drug.
So what it does is it goes in the air conditioner, it emits ionization through these needlepoint devices, and it does reduce several particulates. Now, there's a lot of mixed information out there, and some systems are, maybe better than others, and nothing's guaranteed at this time, but this is a way that it will reduce the number of COVID in the system, in the airborne. We are in the process of installing them in all of the city facilities. We started with the fire stations for a couple of reasons. One, those guys are there 24 hours together. It's also, we wanted to start with the small systems and move to the big ones, but it is operational in this building as of today, and will be throughout the rest of the city facilities here in the next week. So, and we did install it in the IT building, in the portables, and they kind of have some outdated HVAC systems. And they even noticed a reduction in the amount of smoke last Tuesday when we installed it, that the air was so bad that the air inside was actually noticeably cleaner once we put those in, because it does take out all particulate matter. So anyway, that's it.
I have a question, Luke. Is when we're talking positive tests, do they factor in congregate care, correctional facilities, and things like that, or is it just countywide tests? I mean, because it seems it would be fair to maybe put those to the side because of the nature of the facility. Do they do that?
They do not count the state and federal prison populations, but they do count all other facilities. But they also, if you look, the numbers don't match. You're looking at this number saying, well, we're up over 100, 120, but they're showing us at 7.5 per 100,000, which gives us about 80 in the county. Part of that is for this tier, the only result, there's 2 types of tests. One, polymerase chain reaction test that measures, and it detects actually part of the RNA from the virus. And then there's another one called an antigen test that, not the antibody test, that's a blood serum, but the antigen test will measure for your response to the presence of that virus. For this test, for this tier assignment, only the PCR, the polymerase chain reaction tests are counted. They don't count the antigen tests. That's why there's a bit of a discrepancy, but it does count all congregate care facilities, and it does count the county jail. It just doesn't count the state and federal, I think, because they think, well, those aren't really local. Those are people that are brought into the area. So
And I have to assume that that's a state thing, and then that's not something that we can, because I bet that would put us considerably lower. But
I think so. I think, you know, although a lot of them are happening in different workplaces, some of the production workplaces as well, but it's a state thing, and I think it's just a way to try to be standard throughout the state, and it is pretty much a done deal, and there's nothing we can do about it. They do adjust it either up or down based on how many tests you're given per 100,000. You know, if you're not given enough tests, then you have to meet a higher threshold. If you're given more tests than necessary, they adjust the figure downward. So I think Fresno County is exceeding the minimum threshold number of tests.
right, no, that makes sense. Yeah.
I think that's why they.
Right. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Vaughn?
Yeah, but since this is related to COVID, I wanted to ask, is it public already with regards to the funds that the county is potentially diverting to us, or is that still in the works?
I don't think it's public yet.
Okay.
There is a press conference Thursday.
Okay, all right. Then I will leave that alone. My second is, I would like us to be proactive, and a resolution will be potentially too late, but a letter from the mayor with support from the council to support businesses opening October 1st, that movement. And so I would ask to see if we get support to get a letter. If not, then we'll do it individually still. We can still do that, but something that shows support. Because as I visited many of the businesses, especially restaurants, salons in here, they are the safest of all the places I would go. For example, Walmart ain't safe. You know, you can just be next to each other. They're not taking one person to sit in a seat. They're not cleaning right after someone touches a counter or boxes of cereal, you know, all the box stores. But these places are, and they're the ones who are the most struggling. And I think I just want us to be proactive and say, we support you. Yes, please, do it. You know, however we want to write it, but to show that we are in support.
I think we should probably do that individually, would be my request.
I would recommend we not take city action to do that for purely selfish reasons. I don't want to have to pay back $2 million in COVID funds that we've already spent based on us violating the state's orders. So as a city, the state's rules are the state's rules, the county rules are the county health order. As we have said, we're not out there enforcing those. But I think it would not be prudent for us to take an official city stance supporting going against those state and county orders.
Okay. So for us to ask the mayor to write on behalf of the council is taking a position. I just want to understand that. Okay. So individually we can do it still. Okay. Thank you for that advice.
The worry is that if the numbers go up tomorrow, which I think they're going to, unfortunately, then the 2 week, we're not even in the, you know, we can't even maintain it for 2 weeks. And then if October 1 comes along and restaurants open, I mean, I just think that there's a risk, and we're living under the rules of purple and red and all that. So that's what I do worry about. I mean, I hope the numbers aren't up tomorrow, but my early reports are that they are up. So we're actually not getting any closer to 7. We're going the wrong direction right this moment. So that's the hazard. I mean, it's a calculated risk on all fronts, but so I just think a city stand on that is a little bit risky, to your point, Luke.
Okay, city manager comments?
So just wanted to let council know that we are engaged with the Fresno County Public Works Department. Steve White and I had some conversations over the weekend as they are moving out of the firefighting stage on the Creek Fire and starting to move back into the repopulation and reopening of everything. they've got a lot on their plate, everything from safety assessments of buildings to restarting their sewage treatment plant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I've offered him any assistance we can give him, and we'll worry about agreements and reimbursement through the emergency funds and OES as it comes due. But we probably will be participating with everything from helping them out on the, I don't want to go into details on the sewage treatment plant, but on the even some building inspections and stuff on getting stuff, safety assessments. So just want to let you know we're doing that.
Council comments? Bob? Lynn?
A couple of things really quick. I gave to John, I think it might be the obituary of Alan Goodman's wife, so if we could just check that out, if that is the former city manager. I had an idea that there's a lot written lately around what's going to happen post-COVID-19 with retail space and big box stores and all of that. And I just wonder if, as a planning staff and maybe eventually as a council, we could have some conversation about what that imagines. So there's a lot of interesting things. Schools, doctors' office complexes, I don't know, affordable housing. So I do think as a city we have a chance to imagine a future for ourselves, because all these nail salons are not going to come back. There's just literally no way, probably. So there's probably lots of examples where the malls and strip malls are going to have these empty spots. So I would just maybe ask our planning staff to be thinking a little bit about what that could be. And as a city, is there something we could do to encourage a reuse of some kind? I don't know what it would be, different fee structures or whatever, but I think we're there as a country, probably. And so I would just offer or ask if we could think about that as a planning staff. They probably already have, and you probably have too, Andy, but I'd love to have a conversation about that at some point in the future.
Yeah, we've actually been having some of those internal conversations with staff. In reality, I think even a bigger impact than the service industries like the nail salons are going to be the large retailers.
100%.
So it is, it's going to be a different landscape. We're trying to figure out where that's going. We're looking at what some of the other cities have been doing in areas that may have happened.
It'd be an interesting workshop, maybe with the planning commission. But I remember probably 10 or 12 years ago having a conversation with Dwight. I remember reading a book called Big Box Reuse, and it talked about cities like Fort Collins, Colorado was the best one that I can recall. But when they designed a Kmart or a Walmart, they designed the front elevations so that you had different colors so you could divide it up. And so, you know, you have to imagine it being empty when you open it as a Lowe's or whatever. So I think that moment has arrived. So I'd love to, when staff has some of that formulated a bit, I'd love to, with the council, the mayor's agreement, to have a kind of a workshop or a conversation about that, because I think it's not going to, it'll be changed for a very long time, the retail landscape. So I just wanted to offer that. I have two more things. I had a resident ask me, what happened to our volunteer, clean up a park, paint a fence, kind of that Care for Clovis that Kathy Hamlin was doing when she was organizing groups of volunteers, and the Mormon Church painted the whole fence down Armstrong and all of that. Do we have any capacity for local citizens to have half a day to clean up something?
So a couple of different avenues there. You had the Day of Service from the Latter-day Saints, and that was a very effective large group that came out that was very organized. Then you also have the onesie-twosies here or there. We have the Latter-day Saints. They didn't do anything this year, obviously, because of COVID. They don't want to be getting a group together. We probably have some capacity for the onesie-twosies. I will tell you that it's sometimes we put as much staff time, for every hour we get, we put a staff hour into organizing it and getting materials. But and a lot of that slowed down. We didn't want to be out there promoting that kind of stuff during the COVID situation, so we haven't been out actively, just like we had to stop the Citizens Academies, although they're already working on how we could do it electronically. We probably have limited capacity, but not a lot. Kind of depends on what the skill set and what the desire is, and
would we have any capacity to organize something bigger?
we're hesitant to organize anything big right now, just because we don't want to get a whole bunch of people together, because then that just doesn't look good or work well with the social distancing. And we had tried that once before, where we were going to have these days of service where, instead of us doing the onesie twosies, you tell, here's 3 days a year that we're going to have this big turnout, and it was pretty much a bust.
Really?
Yeah, we'd have, the first time we maybe had 10 or 12 show up, and then the next time we had 2 or 3 show up.
10 or 12 people?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know, I feel there should be some way, but I understand the capacity. Maybe, I was thinking maybe even the city council once a year could sponsor a day of service collectively or something, just to see if we could find a way. But somebody has inquired about how to do it, and I said, I don't know anymore, because I don't hear about it much.
If there's someone that wants to do something, that has an idea, they can call City Hall. We'll figure out something.
Okay.
What we're not looking for is someone that calls and says, hey, I'd like to do something, but all these days are bad, and I don't want to get my hands dirty.
I
And
always stay for 20 minutes.
yeah, and and you got to bring me my water. And then we also get into, when we start organizing things, then we start getting into stuff like, we got to give them the heat illness awareness training. We have to give them. It just gets to be.
No good deed.
Yeah. But
I'm sorry, go ahead.
But they can give us a call, and we can see if we can
All
have
right.
something for.
My other last thing, because I'm really sick of everything on TV, is I was watching golf on Sunday, and it was really cool to see that kid from Clovis. And at the end, when they said Bryson DeChambeau from Clovis, California, I cheered out loud by myself. It was awkward, but it was so exciting. So there's a little good moment for Clovis on the U.S. Open. I was very proud of him. Yeah, it was super neat. Huh? Yeah, I know. He went to high school with my son. It was cool. But anyway, so that was a good little moment for the city of Clovis. That's all I have.
Vaughn?
I wanted to follow up on that and say, it's the U.S. Open. We got to do something more than just woo-rah-rah. Let's do a parade. Let's celebrate him and really make it big and positive, even if it's a virtual. I don't know who we can get. Doesn't matter. We invite him back, and then it would be something positive for all of us, because we don't get those every day. Even a Super Bowl champ. Yeah. And so I think we need if the staff can think of something, work with the businesses, let's do something, let's invite him, let's make it a big day, celebrate. Yeah. That's right. Oh yeah, Jenna won one here. Oh yeah, that's right. or a Clovis flag. Yeah. 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 And my other thing is, Luke, can we recognize Officer Nathan Jaime? Did we ever do that? I just want us to recognize him for saving those 2 lives. Is that something we're staying away from? I know it was August something that he did that. Some people
I'll check with the chief. I know that they have an annual recognition thing where they distribute the life-saving medals and everything, but I'll check with the chief and see. I don't want to do anything that impacts their internal structure, but we can do something here.
Yeah, because I think we've recognized a couple in here before. I don't know what they do outside, but I know we've recognized a couple here, and for something like that, young, officer doing something great. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Jose? The only thing I have is I spoke at that rally today, probably 300 people-ish. Well, I don't know, Vaughn, how many do you think there were? Okay, all right. A lot of them did. I did. So I thought that was, I think the restaurant community is, I think they're gonna, like I said, it's gonna be high noon pretty soon. Anyway, we will be in adjournment. Oh, I'm
we got a
sorry.
couple closed session items.
I'm sorry. And you have a
I do have a couple of things to mention for the closed session. First, we're gonna go into closed session as identified on the agenda. Item 2, I need to make an announcement that this matter relates to a letter we received Friday afternoon, threatening to sue the city over the Voting Rights Act violations, Voting Rights Act violation letter. So we got that Friday afternoon saying they're gonna sue the city if we don't make some changes, so we're gonna talk about that in closed session. There will be nothing to report out tonight, but you can open it, you should open it to public comment on the closed sessions before we go into closed session, if there is anybody online or in here that wants to comment on the closed session items.
Okay, open public comment on closed session. Anybody in chambers? Don't see anybody. Do we have anybody online?
None.
And we got no letters?
No.
Okay, close public comment. We'll go into closed session. Thank you.